110. Там, где
У нас
узор вы складываете.
вот,
Да.
как уехать в Astana. А будете выступать
Julie, it is Astana.
Oh, are we starting?
No, we don't have him.
Oh, okay.
We
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I guess we'll get started. It is 10:30. So welcome back to day 2 of IFLAPARL satellite meeting. I hope those of you who came to the dinner last night enjoyed the meal. And I hope everyone had a good night's sleep because we have a full packed day with a lot of content. But before we get into that, I just wanted to plug our social media. We are on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and X. No X. Not that good. Okay. At any rate, if you're not hooked up with our social media, please talk to Leela, our information coordinator, so you can be part of the conversation and follow the content that we put out. Also I'm sorry? That's what I'm getting to right now. Great minds. I also want to make a plug for our listserv. Please use it. You do not need permission to post anything. Anyone can post anything to our listserv. So if you're working on a project, you want to ask for help on something, you're doing a survey, please use the listserv. We really want to make it an active place. And if you're not on the listserv, please talk to Lilo or to myself, and we'll hook you up with the listserv. So today's very exciting. I know we've all heard so much about AI at the WILIG and probably at other sessions and webinars you've been to, but now we get to look at AI through a parliamentary lens too, because we have different considerations than a university or the private sector. And also thank you very much for those of you who filled out the survey that we put out. Most of you rated yourselves middle to low on your AI skills or knowledge. And also you did say that you wanted to have content on how to use things like ChatGPT and engineer prompts, and also to learn about web scraping. So we'll have 2 hands-on workshop sessions on those topics. So here's our opportunity today to share and learn from each other. So without further ado, I will introduce Carolyn Menard, our fearless leader, our fearless chair, who will be giving the opening presentation. So I pass it over to you.
All right, thank you, Julie. Good morning, everyone. It is great to see you again today. And we all hope you are ready to learn a little bit more about AI. So we've been discussing a lot about AI this weekend, but it is the topic of the hour. So the reason why we've put in the program an AI workshop, when we were in Madrid in 2024, it was, and we did a survey at the end of the annual conference, the main comment that came back was, the conferences were great, but would it be possible to have a workshop, actually? So workshops are formats that are generally very appreciated, and this is how the idea of having something related to AI came into our minds. So of course, at first, I'd like to emphasize that this workshop is really designed as a space for dialogue and shared learning. So we recognize that we're all coming from different places regarding AI, varying levels of experience with AI, and maybe not everyone will be learning the same things in the same way. So that is perfectly normal and expected. We're all here to learn, me included, of course. And this workshop, it has been shaped by the experiences, the reflections, and the experiments of members of the IFLAPARL Standing Committee. So we are not, of course, computer science experts, but we, like many of you, are actively seeking to better understand the implications of AI in our professional environments. So our aim was really to create, with this workshop, a dedicated space for peer exchange on a topic that is, of course, transforming our work in our world. So we look forward to learning with and from all of you. So to start, I hope this will work, because I did have some problem this morning, but kind of to break the ice, I would ask you if you're able to scan the QR code, and if it brings you to questions, to our first question. And Alexander, could we see that question on the screen? All right, so is that popping up on your iPhone or Android, sorry, on your cell phones? Excellent, it's working. Great, thank you, technology. All right, so there's already some answers. So in one word, how do you feel about AI in our professional world today? Skeptical, excited, cautious, smart, necessity, obligatory, efficiencies. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, okay. So of course, if you have a phone and you want to contribute to the discussion, the goal is just to break the ice a little bit with a couple of questions this morning and see how people feel in general about artificial intelligence. I really like seduced. I like it. I like it. Interesting coming up twice. A little smiley face, yeah, that's great. Anxious, nervous, yes. Opportunity, disruptive, yeah, indeed. Fast developing, that's true. Seem to be the winner, indeed. So that's very positive. We're glad because we are having an AI workshop with aims at mastering a couple of tools. So it's good that you're excited. So if we go to the next question. Oh, I think I can change it actually with this. Okay, thank you. What's one task you wish AI could do for you in your job? So for this, you can go in comments a little bit detail, not just one word, for example. Proofreading, yes, indeed. That's a good point. Conclusion, vet CVs, reliably edit documents, yes, write committee papers, manage emails. Oh yes, we do receive a lot of those. Administrative tasks, making up some reports that the theme are trivial. Creativity, translation, yes, indeed. I can say for one that I am using it a lot, as English is not my mother tongue. Translation is very, very useful. Less hallucinations, yes, and that would be great. Cataloging, interesting. Answer for the questions from patrons, database research, answer every questions, bring me facts quickly, creation, summarize, client relations, comparing, summarize research reports, synthesize big data, summarize articles that I have chosen on a relevant topic. All right, so that's very interesting, and those are tasks that are directly linked to what we do on a daily basis. Oh, great. Thank you, Alexandra. That's great. So summarization, we have 7 responses, proofreading, administration 3 responses, question answering 3 responses, creation, research. So we see those are the main themes, and those are actually tasks that, yes, AI can help us with. So if we move to the next question, what's something AI can't replace in your work and never should? My mind, yes, that's a good point. Analysis, checking, performance evaluations. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, indeed. Ideas generation, people, direct relationships with clients, making up the final decision regarding policy making, my energy, yes, my emotions, true, my thinking, creativity and accountability, understanding client needs, physical, human feel, yes, it's still a machine, keeping in touch with users, hiring of staff, love for my work, maybe, my experience, yes, love of my work, yes, indeed, that is something that is true to humans. Responsibility, yes, there is the notion of accountability that is quite important. Staff evaluation, yes, that is that has come up twice, and that is a good point. I did not think about the possibility of using AI for that, but that could be that could raise some issues, definitely. Divine principle, objectivity, yes, indeed. All right, so if we group responses, what does it look like? So analysis comes up quite frequently, creativity as well, human relationships and decision making. So that does make a lot of sense. Those are tasks that we tend to bring a lot of value to as human beings. So of course, this is quite relevant to have those in the top of responses. All right, well, thank you everyone for answering those 3 little questions. So this was just to get a general overview of your perspectives on AI. And coming back to the PowerPoint, if we go back to our AI workshop, so the objectives of the workshop this morning, we want first to assess the big question, of course, of information quality using artificial intelligence. So how do we recognize AI-driven biases, and how do we validate sources in an AI influence context? The second objective is to allow you to gain action-oriented skills and learn about practical applications of AI tools. So this is what we'll do in the breakout sessions. And the third objective is to learn a little bit more about how to integrate AI literacy into existing workflows and strategic planning in a parliamentary context. So for this, we have outlined a couple of things. First of all, we have the opening session that I will be doing, which will focus on information quality in the era of generative artificial intelligence. Then we will have breakout sessions, so 2 hands-on skill-building activities, which will be led by Julie and Martin. Each of those will last 30 minutes, and we'll do 2 groups, so you'll have a chance to experience, of course, both. We'll give you more information after the opening session on the logistics of all this. Then we will have we will regroup actually in the room here, and we'll have a short presentation of how we can integrate AI literacy into existing workflows and strategic planning in a parliamentary context. So that includes a video by Fotis Vitilis and a presentation by Ellie and Lila. And we'll then debrief and conclude that AI workshop with Alec. Sounds good? Excellent. So, the opening session, so that's coming up to the main topic. Information quality in the era of generative artificial intelligence. So basically, this is the material I'm showing you today is from a webinar that 2 of my colleagues at the Bibliothèque de l'Assemblée nationale du Québec developed for our administrative staff. So I have to acknowledge first their amazing work. So Thomas Duchesneau, who is a librarian, and Catherine Manouette, who is a research analyst, who developed this material because we had a lot of questions from the administrative staff about how can we use AI and how can we assess the quality of the information it's giving us. So my presentation is shaped into the 4 following points. We'll look first at how generative AI tools work. Then we'll talk a little bit about the quality of information that is produced by AI, the practical risks associated with AI and information, and how can we fight disinformation with AI? Because yes, it is possible to fight disinformation with AI. So of course, the objective of this opening session is really to establish a shared foundation of understanding before we move into the breakout session. So there will be already things that perhaps most of you will know. Perhaps you'll learn some new things. So the objective is really to have just a shared basis before we move on to the breakout sessions. So if we move on to how generative AI tools work. So generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that uses algorithm to create new content. So it can be text, images, videos, audio, code. On the screen, we see the logos of 8 generative AI companies. So I'm going to ask you actually, is that a pointer? Oh yeah, okay, great. So which one is this one? Okay, please, that's the easy one. All right, moving on, Gemini, so that's of course a given. Notebook LM. Anybody knows what this one is? Perplexity, thank you. This one? Yes. This is Firefly. Actually, anybody knows Firefly or has tested it? Yes? Adobe, exactly, yeah. This one is Stability, which is also for image generation. And anybody knows this little boat? That's the one that I didn't know at first. Midjourney, which is also used for image creation. So those are a couple of examples of the tools that are trending right now. And of course, generative AI in itself, how does it select, analyze, and learn from available data and information? So it's important that to understand at first that AI encompasses several concepts, so including machine learning, deep learning, and neural networks. So to learn, AI will first collect data from various forms such as text, audio, and video. And generative AIs are trained on massive amounts of data, which are then organized and processed by algorithm. So once the data is collected and entered, the next step is to enable the AI to decide what to do with it. Machine learning is a subfield of AI that focuses on developing algorithms that allow machines to learn from data and predict patterns. So AI uses the patterns it has been programmed to recognize in order to sort and interpret this data. Processing this data allows AI to recognize similar patterns in new data it encounters. So this learning process can actually be supervised, meaning that the AI is given examples with correct answers, or unsupervised, meaning that the AI must find groupings and relationships in the data without human guidance. Deep learning mimics the human brain by learning how it structures and processes information to make decisions, so it can learn from unstructured data without supervision. And neural networks, it's actually a deep learning technique. Neural networks are modeled after the structure of the human brain, and they perform calculations on large data sets. So for language models like ChatGPT, learning occurs by analyzing vast amounts of text to predict words and phrases in context and thereby generate dialogue. So in summary, AI learns by identifying patterns in large data sets through various algorithmic techniques, enabling it to make predictions or generate new content. So where does the data used to train AI come from? So generative AI are typically trained using 4 types of data source. General websites, including internet archives accessible through organizations like Common Crawl and databases like WebText2. Wikipedia, of course. Publicly accessible books, which will help familiarize AI with higher quality language than the language that is found on websites. Technical websites and other specialized sources which provide AI with more advanced knowledge in specific fields. So AI developers usually combine these sources to create what is called a training data set. And in this data set, they may increase the weight of certain sources, for instance, configuring the AI to rely more on scientific literature than on Reddit posts, for example. A key principle in terms of data quality for AI is garbage in, garbage out, meaning that the quality of the input data used to train an AI model directly impacts the quality of its performance and outputs. So in other words, if poor quality, biased, incorrect, or irrelevant data is used, garbage in, the AI model will, of course, produce low quality, biased, or inaccurate outputs, garbage out. So unlike a human, of course, ChatGPT cannot distinguish truth from falsehood. It generates responses that are based on the information it has analyzed, but its operation depends on the settings and validations applied during training. Therefore, if an idea is frequently repeated, even if it's false, it may be integrated by the algorithm and contribute to the spread of misleading information. Conversely, a lesser known fact may be misinterpreted due to insufficient data. Some generative AI systems attempt to reduce these issues by improving data quality or biasing the training set in favor of high quality sources, but there can still be biases and errors that can persist. And it's also important to note that there is no AI without AI. So there are no artificial intelligence without information architecture. Meaning that if you want AI to produce relevant outputs, you should have information that is already organized, that is already in the standardized format, for example. So information architecture is quite important. So the quality of information produced by AI, we've grouped here several characteristics actually that define both the quality of information that feeds AI and the quality of the information it produces. First quality, volume. They're capable, generative AIs, they're capable of processing a very large volume of data. Velocity. AI processes information extremely quickly, and its responses are generated also very quickly. Value. Generative AIs are often fed large quantities of low-value data influenced by biases and stereotypes, and that can be reflected in the output. We'll look at a couple of examples later. Veracity. The results are not always reliable, so we return to the garbage in, garbage out principle. Variability. Inconsistencies in the format, quality, and meaning of the data can occur. Virality. As mentioned earlier, a widely shared false news can be considered true by the algorithm. And variety. So AIs are fed billions of data points, so there's a lot of different information in there, but most content retrieved from internet search engine is in English or a few dominant languages, so that can be an issue because AI models tend to perform better in those languages to the detriment of minority languages. So in light of all this, human validation always remains essential. Now, generative AI tools, they're mostly trained to generate text that sounds correct, but that is not factually correct text. So their language model enables them to assess whether the generated text sounds like something a human would actually say, but not whether it accurately represents reality. So this is what we call those famous hallucinations. So that brings us back to the veracity characteristic of the quality of information. Biases, they're another common type of error because you can have AI systems that will contribute to the marginalization of certain social groups. There are also some studies that show that platforms can recreate or reproduce cultural biases. So this brings us back to the quality of value. And you can have, of course, a reduction in the diversity of creative works with AI that generates image. Risks to the diversity of cultural expressions, and uniform content based on representation shaped by social cultural stereotypes. If we look at, and that brings us back to the variety characteristic of the quality of information. So for example, there's the study that was made by Bianchi in 2023, where the authors asked Stable Diffusion to generate images of a person practicing a specific profession. And it was observed that the selection of images was highly homogeneous and perpetuated stereotypes related to gender and race. So that is, of course, a problem. And it brings us back to the characteristic of value. So what can we do about this? Well, there's a couple of best practices for cross-checking and verifying the information obtained. First of all, you can ask the platform to know its training cutoff date, because that is constantly evolving, and it is useful to ask it regularly. So for example, with ChatGPT, you can ask him, when did your training stop? And it will tell you, my training data goes up to June 2024. For anything more recent, I can search the web or review documents you provide. So that gives us an idea of the training data that it uses. Again, we are using human validation to make sure the information is of quality. You can also verify if what it tells you is accurate by asking it what sources are provided by the platform and what is the date of the source. So for example, my colleagues, when they put this presentation, when they did it in April, they asked in French, what was the question of the official opposition chief to the Prime Minister in Quebec on February 26, 2025. In that case, ChatGPT actually gave them a false answer from the Hansard that was of February 19, 2025. However, when I redid the test in July, I actually got the right answer. So, and I asked them in English, so I don't know if there's perhaps that thing, English, French, so something to investigate. But in that case, I actually got the right answer, and it looked through the right Hansard. The other thing you can do is give it positive or negative feedback. When you get an answer, you always get those little thumbs up, so you can actually give a thumb up or a thumb down. That can be useful. And you can prompt the tool again by telling it that it made a mistake. Because of course it will never tell you that it made a mistake, but you can tell it, no, that's not right, and here's why. So it may be helpful to ask the tool to cite its sources or indicate the pages from which the information comes from. So for example, again, with the Hansard from February 26, 2025, my colleagues asked them, what sources did you use? Then ChatGPT reflected during 10 seconds, and it said, the user asked me what sources I used. I realized that I quoted a non-real link when I should be looking at relevant sources. Well, thank you, that's nice to say. So that's great. So for this, I will look into official transcriptions from the National Assembly regarding the date that was mentioned, and I will then do research to find the documents or the relevant recordings and give you the appropriate citations once I find the right content. So that was in the example that my colleagues did in April, and last July, it gave me the exact wording from the official Hansard of the National Assembly from February 26, and it even put me the volume and the number as published on the National Assembly website. Then he went into more details. Specifically, I used a PDF transcript of that day's oral question period and its table of contents to locate Mr. Martinguet's question under the Rapport de vérificatrice générale sur le projet SACLIC heading. So it actually really went into more details. And in that case, it was actually right. So regarding practical risks associated with AI and information, of course, there's always the issue of misinformation and disinformation. So misinformation is when you share false information without knowing that it is false information and without, of course, the intention to cause harm. Whether disinformation is actually really dissemination of false, inaccurate, or misleading information that is disseminated to promote intentionally or cause public harm to gain profit. Of course, we have to consider the risk of the impact on decision-making, the impact of distrust toward institutions, and there is, of course, the famous example of Amazon and its AI system, which was used to evaluate resumes. So there was, in the questions at the first, on the first slide, someone said, I would like to use AI to vet resumes. Amazon did that in 2014. They developed an artificial intelligence system to evaluate resumes received by the company. But in 2015, they discovered that the AI had a gender bias and favored male applicants. The model had been trained by observing trends in resumes submitted over a 10-year period, most of which came from men. So the AI would actually penalize resumes that included words like women or female. So for example, if you put on your resume, captain of the women's soccer team, it would just say, nope, that's not good. So that's something to consider. Lastly, even if there are some risks that are possible, there are still some initiatives that have been put up to fight disinformation with AI. So we can put AI to good use also. There are tools such as Full Fact AI, for example, that quickly analyzes information by distinguishing facts from opinions, identifying sources of disinformation, and grouping similar content. And there is also the AI for Trust, which is a project under development funded by the European Union that aims to create a hybrid system combining artificial intelligence and human expertise. So it's intended for media and policymakers. It facilitates the identification of questionable sources and the analysis of misleading content and the organization of relevant information. So those are two initiatives, but of course, if you know of any other initiatives that are meant to fight disinformation using AI, please share them with the group. And of course, human expertise remains the best safeguard against disinformation. So regardless of the risks that exist, if we integrate the tool in our daily work environment, we can, by using these best practices and maintaining a critical eye, use AI for many things that you actually said during the first slide when we had the questions with Menti. For example, generating summaries from documents or articles, which can help us identify key information or get a quick sense of the content of a text. Perform several classic natural language processing tasks, whether we're talking about translation, sentiment analysis, or text classification. It can also allow us to get a general idea of a topic, or to identify examples, or to help us build search queries and structure monitoring of information, or to create a template for a document, code formulas, have some advice on project management, build a Gantt chart, all of that. So, with that being said, this is actually the end of my presentation. Are there any questions? Or anything you wish to share with the group regarding AI tools that you may have used, or the quality of information you encounter with AI tools? Yes.
Just quickly on translation. I can share a story of when I was working here in Central Asia. I was sitting next to my colleague in Uzbekistan, and she had shared a document with me, and we were in a setting where we should have been paying attention to the speaker, but we were sharing documents and chats between each other. And so I was reading the document that she sent me, and it was in Uzbek. And I was using Google Translate to get an idea of what the content was, because I couldn't talk to her. And then I sent her a chat. I said, "Oh, it's so interesting. This is about someone who was in prison for religious oppression." And she looked at me and she's, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "Well, he was a Jehovah's Witness, and that's why he was imprisoned." She said, "What?" She said, "There's nothing in that text about Jehovah's Witness." It turned out that the translation, that the training for the translation for Uzbek was primarily from Jehovah's Witness translations of the Bible. And so therefore, that was the bias that was happening in the translation. So it's really important, if you're using AI for translation, to find somebody who actually knows the language and can check it.
Thank you, Ellie. That's a very good point indeed. Any other questions? Yes, Dan. Oh, sorry, somebody else. Yes.
Here you go.
Hello, good morning. I wanted to just share my experience with one of the AI tools I used. I was given an assignment to prepare a conference paper for some parliamentary delegation, and I was hard pressed for time, so I keyed in my topic into ChatGPT. It helped me, it gave me some structure, but I realized that the information I needed for country-specific details was not in there. Somehow it kind of made my work simple. I had the structure in mind. All I had to do was to now do an in-depth research on my country and the issues that were being discussed, and just inserted them into the write-up. So it kind of shortened the time that I had. Yeah, so that's what I want to share. Thank you.
Yeah, I also used ChatGPT, but there are three observations I make. So it depends on which model you are using, whether the free version or the paid subscribed version. The responses you get are different, and the extent of work you can do with it also differs. The second observation I make is also based on what content you feed it. So if I am doing a certain summary, for instance, of some sort, I decide to feed it with the documents I want to pick my contents from, and then you notice that about 90% would give you the exactness of what you are looking for. The last is the prompt you give it. So it's more like communicating with a human being or with our users. If a user comes with an information need and it's not well expressed, your response to it differs. But if you get to really understand what exactly the user needs, you're able to fill it. It's the same thing with ChatGPT. If you give it the prompt that really syncs with its thinking, then you are sure to get what you are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I saw on the other slide that one of the uses would be, is it working? Analysis for sentiment. And we did last year, we did a test. Maybe now it's improved, but something like sarcasm, irony, it didn't pick up.
Yeah.
So we asked the system, like, is this minister doing well? Is he a good minister? And it gave a very positive analysis, but it was a lot of sarcasm in there. So it could be quite painful for the persons. I don't know if anybody else has some experience with this.
We have the same thing. We have a subscription to the Digimind platform, which allows us to do social media monitoring, and it's very, very bad for sentiment analysis because sarcasm is not detected at all. And there's a lot of sarcasm on social media. So yeah, it's we'll see if it gets better. Yes.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Excuse me, I don't speak English careful, but I have a question about this situation. And I don't know how related this AI is. I wanted to say AI is a Western product, and we must be Western to understand it. But we are just consumers of product. I wanted to say AI is any country is the AI for that country. So there is no universal standard about this situation because there is many different from this culture and this culture, this country and this country and any other thing. Should we think about this?
It's a very good point indeed. The fact that there's no international option and there's no one-size-fits-all option for AI tools. And I think that this is why conferences and gatherings, professional gatherings, can actually help us share about the different tools in our different countries or in different fields also, because you have tools that can be better in legislative analysis, some will be better in literature review. So there are so many tools that exist now. So we definitely need to share about what everybody has been using and testing, definitely.
This is a philosophical question.
Which is a very good question. We need to reflect. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I don't want to take too much. Oh, yes, go ahead, Christine.
Oui, merci. I just wanted to add something from a reverse situation with AI that maybe other parliaments are dealing with. You probably all know Grok, Elon Musk's AI chatbot. He's taken a liking to the Library of Parliament as an authoritative source. And so every morning when we get an update on the library being in the news, Grok has quoted us and often misquoted us and hallucinated about the library to help prove something in an answer. And so we now have people who have to figure out where Grok may have taken information and misconstrued it so that we're ready if we get comments about it. And I think, you know, for all of us who publish and who are seen as authoritative sources about politics and political issues, that may start to happen. So it's a new context for us that we have, to manage the AI comments from these hallucinations. And I don't know if it likes any of you as well, but it's a daily occurrence for us.
Wow. Thank you. That is indeed a very relevant point. I mean, wow. So we have to think about AI using also our publications and our research outputs in ways that we may not be very comfortable with. So thank you, everyone. And before we move on, I'd like to introduce our next speaker. So Nazarbayev, the Senior Manager of Patron Services Office from Nazarbayev University Library, who will tell us about the AI for her learning experience. Aizu, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Today I want to share my experience participating in AI for Her program. The course was created by Women in Tech Kazakhstan as part of Women Innovation in AI initiative with support of IPAM Kazakhstan, associations for development for artificial intelligence in Kazakhstan, the social dynamics, public foundation and educational platform Dadin KZ. Why I became interested? As we know, AI is now used in many fields such as healthcare, education, finance, culture, and even librarianship. It helps analyze large amount of information, automate routine processes, and create more personalized solution for users. When I saw course announcement in news, I became interested. What are technologies? How do they work? And can I use them in my daily work and life? What attracted me most that was it was designed for women without any technical background and focused on real daily task. I decided to take AI for Her course to understand in practice how exactly AI can be useful. And this step turned to be very valuable. What I studied. The training was held in convenient format. We learned through video lessons. It was a practice-oriented course consisted of following modules. Understanding AI. What are LLMs? Large language models. How neural networks structured, and where do we encounter them every day? Working with ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, and other AI, generating text, ideas, analytics, as well searching for unstructured information, Midjourney and visual AI, generating images and using them in creating design, presentations, and educational materials. Automations, automated routine processes, and creating more personalized solutions for users. During course, I understood the differences between AI models, their advantages and limitations, learned how to formulate precise requests, prompt to get most useful results. Now, I want to show you how I use it, what I learned in the course, write prompt for some AI tools like ChatGPT. First, I asked general question about metadata because I want to learn more about library science, more expand. ChatGPT gave me a general overview of metadata with some examples. Then I asked more specific questions. How is metadata used in library, specifically for cataloging? ChatGPT gave me a detailed, specific answer about using metadata in cataloging with examples of bibliographic records in OPAC in Mac 21. What more, ChatGPT started conversations, anticipated my next questions, drawing conclusions, and offering even more information and examples on the topic. Also, I asked Gemini the same question about metadata. In here, such structured, clearly justified answer we see. Next, I asked ChatGPT to suggest me 5 ideas for creating a comfortable environment for 25 scientists and researchers in 40 square meter library reading and work room. Let's create furniture light plan. Let's create furniture light plan, I asked. Oh, with scheme, show scheme. I received 5 useful tips with furniture plan as you saw, with suggestion for presenting a visual plan and diagram. My future plan. The IFLA course gave me opportunity to look at technology in new way, develop my skills in working with modern artificial intelligence tools, and I plan to continue developing in these directions. I plan to use the knowledge and skill I gain in my professional work, optimize daily tasks, analyze the need and requests of readers, create presentation with image generation, promote the library collection, and more. In conclusion, I would say I applied the knowledge and skills gained throughout the course in preparing these presentations, which was developed with the help of AI tools. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, are there any questions for our presenter? Ellie.
So I have 2 questions, okay? First of all, will you, as our colleague said, you give a difference if you use paid versions or free versions. So the first question is, did you use free versions of the AI tools that you demonstrated? And the second question, I noticed that the infrastructure prompting was in Russian. Did you get different results if you asked the prompt in Russian than in English?
Yes, this course was free, and when I use ChatGPT ask it in Russian, I got some different answer with maybe little different structure than in English. This is how some person understand to better for themselves.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other questions?
I would like to say that I took this course recently, 2 months ago, and I myself learned now and more widely to practice. I continue. Thank you for your attention.
That's great. Thanks, Eslu. There is a change in the program. Unfortunately, our academic colleagues from Nigeria were not able to submit their video, so we will not be experiencing that, which gives us more time for the hands-on workshop. So the way it's going to work, there's 2 workshops, 30 minutes each. One will be led by Martin and one will be led by me. So the stickers that we gave you yesterday for the library tours, if you have a smiley face, you will follow Leela. And Leela will take you to Martin's. You will start with the chat GPT session. If you have a heart, then you will follow Louise. And we'll be going up to the 4th floor to a lab. And then we'll be doing web scraping. And then after roughly 30 minutes, you'll swap. And then Louise and Leela will take you to the next location. So if I can ask all the hearts to follow Louise, and then all the smiley faces to follow Leela. And if you do not have a sticker, please let me know. Thank you. Great, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the workshop breakout sessions. So thank you, Julie and Martin, for providing the workshops. And Julie's here. Julie, do you want to keep moderating or no? All right, fine. All good. So we will now watch a little video of Fotis Fitsilis about artificial intelligence in today's parliament. So Dr. Fitsilis was not able to come physically to our satellite meeting, but he did provide a video to let us know a little bit more about how to integrate AI literacy in a parliamentary context. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fotis Fitsilis from the Hellenic Parliament. I'm head of document. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fotis Fitsilis from the Hellenic Parliament. I'm head of documentation and scientific supervision of the research service in the Hellenic Parliament. And today I would like to extend my greetings to all the participants of the 39th IFLAPARL satellite meeting in Astana. Unfortunately, I'm not able to join you this time, but nonetheless, I would like to analyze a few points that I think that are of particular importance when it comes to integrating artificial intelligence in parliaments. The first point is the geostrategic importance of artificial intelligence. I don't think that there's anyone in the room that does not recognize the importance and the strategic relevance of these bunch of technologies for today's parliaments. However, they appear to be much more than this. And geostrategic importance means that they should become sooner rather than later critical infrastructure. And as critical infrastructure of a public body, of a public institution like parliaments, this makes them, this places them at the center of importance, at the center of, at the top of the priorities list of the leadership. Now, I would like, in this regard, to debunk a few myths around artificial intelligence. And the first myth has to do with the notion or with the thought pattern that artificial intelligence equals generative artificial intelligence. Now, generative artificial intelligence in the sense of ChatGPT, Claude, DeepSeek, Mistral, you name it. Of course, these types of technologies are very important. They rely on so-called large language models that are trained on substantial large corpora of data, of textual and non-textual data. But it is very important to understand that artificial intelligence is more than this. Even before than this, before the emergence, the advent of generative artificial intelligence, there have been multiple technologies, multiple artificial intelligence algorithms that have performed a series of tasks and in a very efficient and effective way. I'm talking about machine learning, about natural language processing, about deep learning, and so on. These technologies are there for some of them for more than a couple of decades. They're very cheap, very effective, as said, and they might be a very good alternative to circumvent some of the problems around the implementation of generative artificial intelligence, which are the large infrastructure that is necessary, the high cost of accessing and processing huge amounts of data to train our models, and so on. Another important question that needs to be tackled is the question that if AI is difficult to be handled, to tackle. As a matter of fact, it is not, because parliamentary institutions are not supposed to be research institutions. So parliamentary institutions are there to facilitate political debates and to conduct the political discussions that are related to the exchange of ideas and political arguments. And Parliament should not deviate from that. So we should not turn ourselves into some sort of research facilities or the likes. For this purpose, what we should do is simply follow the patterns that we have been deploying for the past decades, since the digitization efforts in the 80s. So we have all went through the processes of integrating new technologies back then, the digital technologies, from analog to digital. We turned from analog patterns and processes to digital patterns and processes, and we have done this more or less successfully. So the basic idea is not to deviate much from this pattern, but adjust for the particularities of artificial intelligence. This means that we should less try to develop on our own all these technologies, which might be maybe not possible, but link to the partners out there, to our trusted vendors, to our trusted third parties, in order to integrate these kind of technologies in the parliamentary workspace. Another very important question to tackle is, well, where to start, and how should the steps towards AI integration should look like. This is, of course, a very important question that we try to formalize in terms of specifying a set of 5 steps towards successful integration of artificial intelligence. And my team and myself, we try to build a framework around this, and the framework includes 5 basic steps. The first step is, of course, nothing else than building a sane and quite structured strategy of AI integration. I think that without strategy, without a structured approach to integration of these kind of technologies, a parliament risks taking the wrong decisions and maybe inconclusive decisions. And after the strategy, what should follow is a prioritization of the technologies and of the functions that need to be digitized. We don't need to turn the whole parliament into an AI-driven parliament, of course, at once. This is maybe not necessary and even not possible. But on the contrary, we should try to figure out which parts of the parliament need to be digitized and which parts of them are ready to receive AI-based support. The third step is then simply try to implement these solutions by using, as said, trusted third parties, by using our links to other parliaments that have done similar approaches and have implemented similar use cases, and maybe also try to partner with the national or supranational research facilities in order to receive the expertise that is necessary. Then we have two more steps that are more horizontal. And the first step, which is a very important one apparently, is the training. Now, it's not only my thinking that training should be there, training on AI should be there for everybody in the organization. And this involves the administration on the lower end, the management, the middle management, the directorates and the units, the head of the directorates and the head of the units, and then of course the leadership. All these sectors need to be educated, need to be reskilled and upskilled in the proper way. And finally, but not least, of course, we need to figure out a governance scheme. So how to manage all this? The management scheme as well as the training are horizontal layers in this framework. And of course, every parliament is different. Some might be similar, but not the same. So each parliament has to do the same, I would say, assessments, internal assessments on how to utilize all these technologies, how to tackle it, how to implement all these steps in order to reach the desirable outcome that is specified in the strategy. That's all on my side. Of course, myself and my team will remain at everybody's disposal. Congratulations again to IFLAPARL for putting together such a demanding workshop on artificial intelligence in Astana, and looking forward to see you in the next possible meetings worldwide. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay, good. Thank you, Dr. Fitzelis, for this very interesting video presentation. We are a bit behind on schedule, but we'll still have enough time to eat about an hour for lunch, so no worries. I would now like to introduce our next presenters, Lila Theodosi and Eli Valentine, who will be telling us more about the integration of AI in parliaments. Ladies, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I will do the talking and Eli will do the commenting whenever necessary. So hello everyone, we're Eli Valentine and Lila Theodosi. I believe we've met and talked with everyone during these past few days. We both are or have been standing committee members, and we're practitioners in the library and the research services for Parliament's field. So as mentioned at the beginning of this workshop, we are not here as experts. We are here to share thoughts and experiences on the use of AI and to try through professional discussion to chart a solid path for how we will manage and leverage rapidly evolving technology. So we've heard the opening presentation by the section chair and the presentation by Ms. Aizli Navievna about specific cases of use of AI tools. And we've done the web scrapping and the prompting exercises during the breakout sessions. And we also saw the video by Dr. Fitzelis, who gave us a general perspective on the implementation of AI tools in parliaments. Now, what we'd like to do now, kind of summarizing and reflecting on all this previous steps of the workshop, is to begin with some, let's say, existential questions and definitions, like where do we stand now, which way do we go, and who is driving us there. Sorry, I should have here. This is what we wanted you to see while I was saying, where do we go and who is driving, yes. So, first we will attempt to describe the current situation in numbers and specifics. Okay. We did try to Google search, but also prompt through chatbots, specific statistics and decisive and final and full statistics about the situation of AI used in parliaments. We got some numbers from the World e-Parliament 2024 report says, after a survey with responses from 115 parliaments or chambers in 86 countries and supranational parliaments, that report shows that 86% of parliaments have a multi-year digital strategy. In 68 of parliaments have a multi-year digital strategy in place. AI and cloud computing show significant increases in use. Cybersecurity is a top priority, and social media has become nearly ubiquitous. That's the correct pronunciation, sorry. According to the same report, 29% of surveyed parliaments reported that AI was becoming more widely adopted, and this is the closest we have to a definitive global scale statistic on current use. Some more numbers. A UK Parliament report on the use of AI in government in general, published in March 25, noted that as of March 24, 70% of government bodies surveyed were either piloting or planning to use AI. In the European Union, the implementation of the EU AI Act, which started early 25, is a significant quantitative event. It doesn't count the number, it doesn't show the number of parliaments using AI, but it shows that the parliaments of all 27 member states have collectively agreed to a comprehensive legal framework. I think, yeah, that's the same slide. So this data give an idea of the extent of AI is used in parliaments, but what we found interesting is that we could not locate a report or statistics with a single definitive number on the worldwide use of AI tools in parliaments, as I said before. The rapidly evolving landscape, the lack of centralized data, the varying definitions of AI use, as said also by Dr. Fitzilis previously, and the proprietary and pilot projects that are not published are some of the possible explanations of not having definitive reports on the matter. Okay. So there is the Interparliamentary Union IPU use cases for AI in parliaments, which was published in partnership with the Parliamentary Data Science Hub in IPU Center for Innovation in Parliament. This publication contains 40 use cases so far by parliaments in Bahrain, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Estonia, the European Parliament, Finland, Israel, and Italy. So a use case describes how AI systems or tools should work. It is used to plan, develop, and measure implementation. There are some quite interesting use cases in there about translation or data scrapping from Hansard minutes, parliament minutes, and plenary minutes. Based on these cases, by 2024, AI tools and systems were used by parliaments for, I'm not giving all the details, but I'll just give you the titles: classification and analysis, transcription and translation, public engagement and open parliament, cybersecurity, which seems to be quite important. So going forward, a specific case study about the Greek Parliament, it's not subjective. It's not because I'm Greek. What is that? Beyond the use cases, we would like to mention here a specific example, the Greek example, not only because the presentation is half Greek, but mainly because it showcases a scenario where a full strategy on implementing AI in the parliament is being developed at the moment. In the Greek parliament, AI tools are already used. For instance, a voice-to-text tool called Demosthenes, after the famous ancient Greek orator, is used to transcribe the plenary sessions. Or chatbots like Gemini and Copilot are all used by the staff for basic research purposes. Just a couple of months ago, though, the Hellenic Parliament stepped into the AI arena with a strategic intent. A memorandum of understanding was signed between the Parliament, the Ministry, the Greek Ministry of Digital Governments, and the Greek AI factory, Pharos, which means the lighthouse, with the Parliament agreeing to provide structured data to train Greek language large language models. And I believe this initiative aims to reinforce AI capabilities in Greek, supporting applications like legislative summarization and citizen interaction. I believe that the importance of such a move is, for any non-Roman language, is quite obvious. So the initiative also highlights a crucial aspect of AI development, the importance of high-quality data. As we said before, garbage in, garbage out, or good quality data in, good quality data out. The Hellenic Parliament will provide its rich repository of parliamentary data, debates, legislative text, and transcripts, to reinforce and train Greek language LLMs. This collaboration is a vital step toward ensuring that AI tools developed for the Greek context are accurate, relevant, effective for the specific language and legislative history. So coming to our community, how about some guidance for libraries? There are several IFLA guidelines and guides about AI. We will show them to you in a while. We would like to talk a little bit more about the latest guide. It's the most recent IFLA entry point to libraries and AI, published in May 2025, which states that AI is a promising set of technologies with the potential to promote some of libraries' foundational values. The report argues that AI is a powerful tool, for libraries, to fulfill their core mission of ensuring equitable access to information. It does not provide a comprehensive list of all AI applications, but rather a framework for librarians to think about AI's potential and risks. Some key points of the summary are AI used as an argumentative tool. The report views AI as a technology that can enhance and improve existing library services, such as automation of routine tasks, and not as a replacement of human librarians. Some ethical considerations. It emphasizes that librarians have a professional duty to ensure AI is used in a responsible way. It includes maximizing its benefits for equitable access while challenging its potential for harm. Some key questions to consider. The document provides a list of questions for librarians to ask themselves when evaluating or discussing AI. These questions focus on data integrity, potential for bias, user privacy, and the human role in the loop. More or less what we've been discussing these past few days. Benefits for users, it highlights that AI can be used to improve accessibility, for example, for people with disabilities, and to simplify service delivery, making libraries more efficient. In short, the report serves as a call to action and a practical guide for the library community, encouraging them to engage with AI in a thoughtful and proactive manner. So regarding some other guidelines, the Westminster Foundation for Democracy published last year the guidelines for AI in parliaments. And it's interesting to see that it distributes the guidelines across 6 sectors: capacity building and education, privacy and security, governance and oversight, ethical principles, 10 guidelines there, artificial generative intelligence, and system design and operation. So you can see that the focus is on ethical principles, especially regarding implementation of AI in parliaments. Okay, continuing on the same publication, democracy rests on accountability and transparency, key tenets of parliamentary institutions everywhere. Respect for human dignity, rights and privacy. Here you can see. Fairness, equity and non-discrimination, addressing biases in data and algorithms. I'm not reading all this. All these help to ensure that the benefits of AI are maximizing while minimizing the potential harms. So we wanted, also there's a guidelines for AI in parliaments produced by the Interparliamentary Union, which is a whole set of guidelines. It's not just the publication. They have the use cases on AI. They have webinars that are online, and they have a bunch of material you can find in their webpage. Guidelines for AI in parliaments, as do guidelines in general, can ensure the responsible integration of AI in parliamentary work, addressing transparency and ethical concerns in institutional, administrative, and decision-making processes, while also promoting public trust. Moreover, they can help to ensure the alignment of AI tools and services with democratic principles and societal needs. From a legal perspective, the development of such guidelines may substantially contribute to the theory of law and can provide the path we were talking about at the beginning of this presentation. So, you may scan this QR code. All the publications and sites and the resources we just talked about are in there. We created a document, Google Doc, which this QR code leads you, and in there you will find, after collecting the guidelines and the resources we thought were useful from our experience, we thought to play a little game, much like the one we did during the prompting exercise. So we asked both Gemini and Copilot about what would they propose, what would they suggest to create an AI toolkit for parliamentary libraries. So in here you will find all the bibliography we collected, Ellie and I, and then afterwards you will find the whole exercise and the answers of Gemini and Copilot. And you will see they gave more or less the same. You will be able to read them and draw your own conclusions, but what we saw in these two compared toolkits, it's more or less they gave, okay, they had some differences in style and interface, and Copilot has a clear preference to emojis, and to our experience has usually a more friendly and playful tone when addressing the user. Both chatbots ended up suggesting more or less the same resources. And a fun fact from this, Gemini is referring to ChatGPT as a very well-known and used by many tool, but recommends prompt engineering and skilling with Google AI for developers. So it says, okay, everybody knows ChatGPT, but do something else. Don't use it. Yes. In a polite way. I did something I shouldn't have done. Okay. Sorry. Okay, here's another comparison of the two toolkits we generated. And what else did we notice apart from the fun fact? Only English language resources might make sense considering the language we used to communicate and the fact that we did not clearly specify that we want international multi-language references. So that would be the answer, but still. Although the parliamentary libraries is in the title, the content is more generally on AI in parliaments, a little bit less in libraries, and even less in parliamentary libraries. So more or less is this. We will let you use the toolkit we provide through the QR code, and we hope it is useful. And of course, it's not the list of resources. It's just indicative resources that we hope will create some thoughts and discussions, and we can all add to it. And we would like to end with my favorite reference citation. So we would like to take a brief detour and reference a famous subplot from Douglas Adams's The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which I believe is the Bible for AI. In the story, a race of hyper-intelligent beings built a supercomputer called Deep Thought to find the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. After 7.5 million years of computing, Deep Thought confidently produced the answer, which is 42. The beings were, of course, baffled, and the problem, as Deep Thought explained, wasn't with the answer, but with the question itself. The ultimate question had never been properly articulated or prompted, as we'd say now. Once you do know what the question actually is, you will know what the answer actually means. So it's stuck by its answer. So this story, though absurd, offers a profound lesson for us today, especially when we use generative AI tools. Much like Deep Thought, modern LLMs can produce incredibly confident and seemingly authoritative answers. But the quality of the answer is directly tied to the quality of the question, or in our case, the prompt. Accurate prompts are the key. When we use chatbots or other AI research tools, we must be precise and thoughtful in our prompts. A poorly worded or ambiguous prompt will likely lead to a generic or even misleading answer. Context is crucial. We must provide the necessary context to our AI tools. Just as Deep Thought needed to know the actual question, our AI systems need to understand the specific details and constraints of our research requests. So generally speaking, the human factor is still the most important element of the equation. And this is where our role as parliamentary librarians and researchers becomes even more critical. We are the ones who can formulate the right questions, who understand the nuances of legislative languages, and who can guide those powerful tools to produce meaningful and accurate results. So thank you very much for your attention. We hope this was useful. And now for the director's commentary, please.
Okay, I just have three comments to emphasize. One thing I hope that you all noticed is that the guidelines, both Westminster Foundation, IPU, IFLA guidelines, they're all almost from the last 6 months. They're very recent, all three of them. The second thing that I hope that you noticed is that both the IPU use case, which is really interesting, and I really encourage you to take a look at it. But also our toolkit, they're living documents. So what we're really hoping is that you will take a look at the toolkit, maybe play with some other other tools to see what other tools bring up as well. And let's add to it. Let's make it a collective work that we're constantly updating and sharing with each other. So I hope that would be possible. And that's really all I wanted to add. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Lila and Ellie, for this very interesting presentation. I still have the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy on my nightstand, and it's actually Lila who gifted me the copy, so I have to get onto it so I can understand the meaning of life. All right, so we are now at the end of the AI workshop. I'd like to invite Alec to the stage so we can do a little debrief and conclusions and get your insights on what you've experienced this morning.
Thank you, Caroline. Yeah, I will be very brief as I'm conscious of the time and we're probably all a little bit hungry by now. So just trying to summarize a little bit the vast variety of topics that came up in the course of this morning and where we stand as librarians and practitioners community. This is not the first time we discussed AI and will certainly not be the last time. So what struck me was let's say our professionalism in the sense, what are our critical reflections with regard to the sometimes over-enthusiastic use of AI for all sorts of purposes. We are there to help our members, to help our users. We want them to rely on the best available sources. We came already to the insight that this is not always the case when you just use AI like that. We need people to have, let's say, or to be able to come to a balanced view. And this is where we as librarians are well positioned. We're sitting on vast collections. Also, what I think is an underestimated problem is that the data that we get is not entirely up to date. So I checked, I did the test in Gemini in Martin's session. Indeed, the last cutoff date is January this year, which can be an issue in a parliamentary context. And I would also like to refer to the comment that Caroline made in the sense of, again, what is our added value as professionals, as librarians? There can't be an effective AI if it doesn't rely on an effective IA, and no artificial intelligence without a solid information architecture as a basis. I think also we have to fight the tendency perhaps that can be present in our parliaments of saying AI will do it all. Libraries have been declared dead several times. We've been there before. But I think our force is to be able to show that indeed we can help in providing balanced views. We've seen it all. We've seen it also in my parliament, in the European Parliament. AI actually does a very bad job at contrasting stuff. You ask it, what is the position on this or that topic? And what comes out is a lot of facts, but not necessarily a position paper that kind of contrasts different, possibly conflicting views. The same issue, and I would also like to refer to our participant who referred to the need for a pluralistic view. Often it relies on Western, if not Anglo-Saxon sources only, and I think that is a problem in a lot of our contexts. Then yes, of course, we all mentioned the issue of hallucinations. Often what comes out is very plausible, but not necessarily accurate. You have to really read it attentively because there can be an immense error in what was produced. Also, this pleasing element, I think that is also something in our DNA as librarians that we don't like. We don't like a tool that tries to please us. No, we want a tool that challenges us. So maybe we should do the test when we're all back home. and ask GPT and the like to displease, to challenge us. Then yes, I also think that there can be a new avenue, and several of you mentioned that, for us as professionals to act as coaches. I think maybe we could build in trainings on prompting for our patrons and our clients. We could act possibly as consultants, but there we would need to acquire the right skills about AI. So I think, yeah, there we can discover new opportunities to make ourselves useful. Then AI was mentioned as a time saver. But there, I think we also need to be critical. We need really frameworks, we need grids to assess the usefulness of tool X, Y, Z. It can be useful, but you need to really be sure before you start cutting human resources that your replacement works and is efficient. And then the last thing, to, let's say, square the circle, I would like to refer to our specialist, Dr. Fitsilis, who in the video, who refers to the need for guidelines, the need for a strategy, and the need for a structured approach in our parliaments. So I don't know, Caroline, do we still handle questions or observations, or before we head to lunch? Does anybody want to make an additional comment or observation? Or are we all dying for food?
Thank you, Alex. So everyone is obviously very hungry. It is almost 1:30, so I'm gonna wrap it up really fast. There is a lunch, light lunch outside that is provided by Wiley again. So we thank them for being our sponsor and for basically feeding us during this weekend. So thank you, Wiley. I hope everyone enjoyed the workshop this morning. We are always very interested by continuous improvement. So if you have thoughts, comments, anything, please mention them to us. I will also refer you to this page that we have here. The QR codes will be at the registration table, and this will allow you to access the slides translated also into Kazakh language and into Russian language if you need to. And we can also eat in the conference room. As Tolkien mentioned, it is okay. So that's a possibility also for lunch. So have a good lunch, and we'll... Sorry? Yes, and we will get back here at, we will restart at 2:30. So if everybody can be here at 2:20, just to make sure that we can start on time at 2:30. Yes, it's an open standing committee meeting at 2:30. So we do require your presence because we will ask you where basically you want the standing committee to go and how IFLAPARL can really support you and your community in the next 2 years. So thank you and have a good lunch. Perfect. Hello, everyone. My apologies for the delay. We've had a bit of a technological issue. I'd like to invite to the stage Martin, Leela, Alec, Julia, Dan, to provide some updates on our standing committee actions, sorry. So thank you for all being here this afternoon to attend our open standing committee meeting. This will be a fairly simple outline. So we have about an hour. So opening of the meeting. We will provide some updates on the 2023-2025 action plan because that is the end of our 2 years term, and what would be the most important part of our meeting today is to discuss with you what are the priorities that you wish to see for action planning in 2025-2027. So the majority of the meeting will be dedicated to this, and we hope to benefit from your insights. So that's why the open discussion is there. So without further ado, I present to you some updates on our 2023-2025 actions. So we have about 12 actions in our previous action plan. The first one is our COMLA database. So for this, Leela, can you provide us a short update?
Many of you may know, but for those of you who don't know, the COMLA database is it's a product we started since the previous term, not the one ending now. We're collecting open access data on comparative law. I will not take much of our time because we will have many to discuss. You can see the details on the IFLAPARL website, and you can see links there that will help you. The basic thing to know is that it has a good amount of data in it, and we are discussing about incorporating the database into the IPEX site so that it gets more visibility and so that we can collect more data and enrich the database.
Thank you, Leela. So this was for action number 1. Our action number 2, which was aimed at strengthening our relationships with international organizations, including, of course, the IPU, regional and national associations to promote parliamentary strengthening, democracy, and exchange of information and best practices. So during the last year, we actually had participated in the many events to maintain relationships with new organizations. I am looking at Adama right now regarding the Radar network that we've participated in the lunch. So this is a great new initiative, and we wish to further that collaboration. Leela and Josefa also participated into the 4th Global Conference on Parliamentary Studies in Greece. Thank you. So there was also that great initiative. We've supported also the Queensland Parliament in Australia regarding a collection that they wanted to registered in the World Heritage directory. So, and it actually was registered. So we provided a letter to support that initiative as well. We had the Parliamentary Research Service from Malaysia who contacted us to see if we could help, or if the network actually of parliamentary libraries and research services could help with, I think it was a request management system, electronic request management system, and they wanted to know if other institutions had such experiences. And of course, we've been working with the IPU on different projects and having meetings with them as well. There's also the Agora portal that we've been working with, and we wish to further that collaboration in the future. Anything I'm forgetting?
With the International Council on Archives, the SPP section, Parliamentary Archive section, so far we are just talking about, collaborating, but hopefully we'll do something more tangible in the future. Yeah, sorry. So we have the Heritage project. It was a project we started with much enthusiasm. It was supposed to be a project to collect digitized constitutions and digitized standing orders of all our parliaments and have them in a platform. This, I know many, there are many sites about this. This was the pilot project, the pilot task, and if that could go well, we were thinking about collecting, creating an aggregator to collect all the digitized materials of all of our parliaments. We did create the pilot platform, but there was we had talks with the Mexican Parliament for them to host that platform. That didn't work out. That didn't work out. So it's kind of in a limbo situation. This action. We'll see how it goes during the next term.
Okay, thank you. So for the parliamentary guidelines, I've been working with a group of volunteers. We reviewed the existing guidelines last year and thought it was in very good shape. We actually didn't see very many edits to it, with the exception of the emergence of artificial intelligence. So in addition to making just some updates to some of the citations, so for example, some of the documents that we reference in the guidelines have updated resources, so we would want to change the dates. I drafted a very brief subchapter in the section on information technology to cover AI. But I think as we've all seen and heard today, it's a very evolving topic. And so whenever I thought it was ready to be reviewed, I would hear about another document that people were working on. But I think it's ready to share with the standing committee. And so hopefully we'll have those updates shortly. Thank you. Oh, we could do that. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, so the suggestion was whether we could link the draft in the toolkit, and I think that could be a good way of getting some more input on the text. So I would be happy to share that as well.
So the next action was the memorial to Don Oshida and developing a specialized course in parliamentary librarianship and research. Closer, sorry. Yes, we have had the first webinar in what we hope is going to be a series, and that was held on the 12th of November last year on the topic of how to develop parliamentary library services based on the needs of customers. It was built on the guidelines and led by Edward Wood, who was one of the authors of those guidelines. And it consisted of a presentation from Edward on the key considerations in developing a service, how Parliament works, multiple roles of MPs, tailoring services, and so on. We were very lucky to have worked together with the IPU to deliver the webinar, so we were able to deliver it twice in order to cover different time zones, once at 10 a.m. Central European time and again at 4 p.m. And also because we cooperated with the IPU, they were able to provide simultaneous interpretation for us for both sessions, which I think was great and enabled as many colleagues as possible from around the world to participate. We had English, French and Arabic translation at the 10 a.m. Version and English and Spanish at the 4 p.m. version. and then it was followed by a panel discussion with some distinguished panelists, Lee Dong-young from the Republic of South Korea, and Isaiah Munyoro from Zimbabwe in the morning, and then Ellie Valentine from the US, Joanna Smith from Canada, and Alejandro Santa from Argentina in the afternoon. We had a good following, 148 attendees in total, and it was a great pilot really for what we hope to build on subsequently.
Sorry, all the actions on the first seat are. So we were able to upload in the repository the material from last year's conference in Madrid, and some of the past conferences material and other type of material from the previous years are now in the repository. We continue to upload material. It has undergone some changes. It is evolving and it is getting better. The IFLA repository. So watch out. We are announcing whatever material, IFLAPARL material we have in the repository. We are announcing it. And for whoever is interested, in the IFLA repository, there is a special section devoted to the IFLA history, and they have very, very nice items there. Just for the fun of it, even just for the fun of it, you can go visit it. Photographs, past conferences, leaflets, it's excellent. Sorry. Sorry. Regarding communications, we have had two issues of the newsletter in 2024, and we have already published 2 issues of the newsletter in 2025. The truth is, we have tried and we have talked about it with Alec and the other colleagues in the communications team. We would like to try for a 3rd issue, but somehow we never managed. Because the newsletter issue tends to be long, journal-like, not newsletter-like issue. But we are doing well in our social media. We have about 500 followers in Instagram and 300 in Facebook, and I don't remember how many in LinkedIn. About 60, but LinkedIn is a closed group. You can find the IFLAPARL group in LinkedIn and ask for permission to enter the group. It will be granted, but it's just that we haven't found a way to have it opened yet, and so that it can show to everyone, which means the members cannot reproduce what is posted there. So I believe we're going well, but we would like your feedback for this and many more ideas and opinions. And another thing about the newsletter, we've lost our designer. She's okay, but due to technical difficulties, sorry, yes, she cannot work on the newsletter anymore. And we have been talking with Alec and Louise. We need to find some more new ideas on how to publish it and circulate it. So any ideas here are also welcome. Thank you.
I'm not sure. We'll see. So, thank you, Lila. In terms of events, we, in light of the cancellation of the 2024 WILIC, we organized the 2024 IFLAPARL annual conference in Madrid, which was hosted by the Spanish Senate. We also, of course, worked on the 2025 WILIC. So for those of you who attended, you may have seen that we co-organize with the other sections of Division B a knowledge cafe on libraries as incubators for civil society, which was actually a great success. We had about 60 participants who came, so that was really, really nice, and the discussions were very interesting. And of course, the 2025 satellite meeting, so here we are. Directory, Dan, that's yours.
So yeah, for the World Directory, so this past year we've been working on optimizing the World Directory, especially the process to register your parliament or your research service or library in the directory, because yeah, well, it turned out to be quite a hassle for a lot of people, unclear how to register. For some, it took some time to get a login, to get a passcode, to enter the directory. So we've been working on that with our colleagues from Chile, who run the ICT part of the World Directory. Apart from that, we don't have that much of many new members, unfortunately. There were some, I think last year, maybe 2 or 3 of our colleague parliaments registered. But yeah, we are, well, maybe reconsidering the future for the World Directory, in the sense that we can look for maybe cooperation with the IPU. I'm sure they have a directory as well, you know, for all the parliaments, and then maybe we could link that up with what we have on all our libraries or research services within the parliaments. So something to think about for the coming year.
Thank you, Dan. The next section, so history project. We've been developing a history of the section, so some of you may have seen that we also did an open, well, we participated to the open session during the WILIC on oral history. So we have this project of drafting the history of the section as a book chapter for a book which will be published on the history of IFLA, its 100th anniversary in 2027. And part of that project includes interviewing past officers and past members of the standing committee. So we've been doing that as well, and we have a lot more interviews to have in the fall and probably in the winter of 2026 as well, since we're very ambitious. So we'll work on that. But it's been a great source of information on what has been done, on how this section worked, on past experiences with IFLA headquarters as well. So it's a very interesting project, and I think the section will benefit from it in the end. It has also been something that we've thought of, the possibility of having a meeting, a physical meeting with past officers to learn more about the history of the section and their work in the past, and to improve knowledge transfer, because the terms of officers are pretty short. In IFLA, it's only 2 years, so there's always that challenge of knowledge transfer after each 2 years.
This is still working.
Artificial intelligence. So we did pursue the reflection on AI's impact, of course, on parliamentary libraries and research services. In August of 2024, we participated into the 24 hours of IT initiative that was led by the IT section of IFLA. So this was literally 24 hours of conferences on artificial intelligence and other IT related issues. I was very impressed by the logistic of the event. So we did a roundtable on with other section of Division B to see how AI impacted our different sectors, to have a conversation, or cross, how do we say? Yeah, cross-discipline conversation on the impact of AI on governmental libraries, law libraries, parliamentary libraries. So it was an interesting event as well. And last but not least, publishing. Alec, this is for you.
Oh yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So on the last point, maybe just 3 things to mention. So as it says, there is a standing invitation by IFLA for contributions to their journal. So that happens a couple of times per year. There, the simple message that if one of us would like to publish something in it, and I think Caroline was the last one of our section to actually publish something in the journal.
What journal? The IFLA?
In the IFLA journal, yes.
It's been a while.
Some time ago, so indeed it has been a long while. But if anyone wants to publish something in there, there is also the willingness, I'm sure, of your peers here in this group to give advice or to comment on whatever you would like to publish about. Then the other point to mention is that in the remit of IFLA, there is a special interest group on library publishing. Now, that group is very much focused on university presses, but there has been the realization that in our group, several of our libraries are also engaged in publishing, even if it's grey literature, as it is called. There is a realization that we could learn a lot from one another. So that special interest group is fighting to get status of a section. So we will see if that happens, and maybe one of the ideas could be to have maybe some do something together. And then the last point I'd like to mention is that maybe also on a more general level, the ones of our members that are publishing, that do publish papers, probably just like in our case of the European Parliament, you're still doing that in PDF formats. Now members more and more compare that reading experience with the modern media that they are following on their smartphones and other devices. So I think in the coming period, there will be more and more this pressure to go beyond the PDF as the only publishing format and to make web the preferred reading format. Now, for example, in the European Parliament, we are working on a big project to make that happen. I think there's also some, let's say, societal pressure in the sense that there's more and more also the realization that PDFs come with a high environmental cost, and the digital carbon footprint, accessibility issues, and machine readability. And there we again refer to AI. So maybe that last point is also something that could be debated and that could be an object of discussion.
Thank you, Alec. Are there any questions or need for clarifications regarding the 2023-2025 actions? Neil, do we have a microphone for Neil, or do we all have the microphones?
Hello, Neil Murray, European Parliament. I've got a question for Alec about the publishing. So if you go away from PDF towards other formats because you want to update your publications more readily and bring in up-to-date information into the same publication, I'm thinking from the point of view of an old librarian is how do you have a kind of, how do you know which version was present at a particular time if you want to archive it?
Yeah, it's a very pertinent point, and I think we need a two-pronged approach. In the sense, I'm not advocating to get rid of the PDF altogether. You could keep that for archival purposes, because I think we all have repositories. We all want to do cataloging, institutional repositories. But in terms of reading experience, I think the time is ripe, and at least we feel it very much in the European Parliament. Members saying, yes, I'm on the move, I'm in a committee meeting, I want to consume your content, but it's tiny and it's a PDF. So I think probably you need to keep a variety of formats, and as you say, versioning, so that you can always establish which is the one that is the most recent.
Maybe to add what we are doing in the Netherlands with our website, for instance, it is archived on a daily basis. So what happens really is they make screenshots of all the web pages there, and then archive that one to see, yeah, from day to day you can see what information was available on a certain day. Yes, it is. There's not somebody like taking screenshots. No. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. And I want to commend the team for what they've done so far. But then I want to comment on the webinars, the training. Parliamentary libraries and research are one of its kind, because in every country you only find one. And then in library studies schools, information studies schools, they don't have any replica of any parliamentary library anyway. And so I'm just suggesting that if they can, for instance, when you go to the CPA platform, they've done a lot of trainings. I mean, people can enroll, and then each time at your convenience, you always have time to enroll, and then you train yourself, write the exams and whatever it is. Because sometimes you may not be part of the webinar, but you are really interested, and because of time variation. So if they can make room for, I mean, training in our own spare times, Lord, I will thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a really good point. And the webinars were recorded and are available on the IPU website. I forgot to mention that, so they can be accessed. And I think training and how we expand the training things that we do, the training offer, if you like, that we have, and what we could do with perhaps sharing training resources from the membership, consolidating those, making those more widely available is something that we might want to consider for the action plan for the next 2 years.
Thank you. Were there other questions or need for clarification? Yes?
Yes, I'm not sure whether my point is relevant, but I wanted to find out, do you have a platform, for example, probably in the European countries or the Asian, because we are in Asia right now, do we have a platform where you share the technologies used within parliaments or the parliament libraries? Do we have such a platform, or, because I know in Africa, we don't have something of the sort. We are trying to come up with a SADC hub where we sort of share what kind of technologies are being used in different parliaments. But I would want to benchmark against any other sort of region. If we could also come up, the same way we have come up with the IFLAPARL in terms of the libraries, maybe if there's anything that exists that I'm not aware of in terms of the technologies that are used, because I think last year, not last year, but the year before that, when we were in the Netherlands, we learned about, I think it was data sharing or data mapping. I'm not sure whether I'm getting the technology correct, but there was a training there or information shared where they sort of map in kind of, if you go to an MP, you can see the amount of contribution they have contributed to what bill, to what, and such technologies, we could all benefit from such. And I think once we come up with a repository similar to, in terms of, I'm sure you get what I'm getting at, right?
Yes, yeah. A repository of or a list of technologies used by different parliamentary libraries. To my knowledge, we don't have that, but that is a great idea, and I mean, I would be super interested. Ellie, do you?
I'm just wondering, I was just thinking that I think there's a chapter in the World E-Parliament report, and if there's not, we could certainly propose to them that we contribute. You were used to, so I don't know if in the latest one there was.
It's not parliamentary libraries or research services specific, but I am sure there are many resources in the information technology section of IFLA. They have the site as IFLAPARL does, the IT section, and they're a very good and active section as well. So you can check there. Maybe also a collaboration, as we already have with them, would do the trick.
And I was just wondering if there was something in there, a section within the ECPRD that focuses on IT.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that the ECPRD, they started a new network just like last month to talk about ICT and ICT within parliaments. It's an informal network, and they just had a kickoff meeting, but maybe that might be of interest as well. Yeah.
So thank you everyone for your questions and comments on 2023-2025. So we are now moving to action planning for the 2025-2027 term. So those are just some elements that we've discussed as a standing committee, food for thought basically in terms of thinking about the next term. We do have a lot of actions, as you can see in our last action plan, 12 actions. It is a lot, so there could be the possibility of reducing the amount of actions and focusing on 3 to 5 priorities. Priorities doesn't necessarily mean a number of actions, but to kind of give a focus a little bit more narrow, perhaps, to what we want to do in the next years. There's always the consideration also to try to align our actions with the IFLA strategy, in that case, the 2024-2029 strategy impact areas. And of course, we want to consult you guys to know about what is important for you as well and what can be most helpful to your work environments. So when we met the Standing Committee online in July, we did a bit of brainstorming for what we wanted to see in the next action plan. So we had, for example, the idea of AI literacy. That was something that was one of the focus that we saw as being important. We thought, we had the workshop, for example, this morning, where we had exercises that came from 2 parliamentary realities. So we thought, well, what if we did this, but online throughout the year as webinars that everybody from every parliament could actually participate and show a tool that they use in their work environment that could be perhaps beneficial to everyone, and that would be a way to discover new tools as well that not everyone knew about. So that could be a possibility. Of course, we want to complete the guidelines update as it has been mentioned, continuing on the Donna Sheeter webinar series to give, of course, more capacity building to our members. We always have the WILIC to plan and the satellite meeting, of course, to plan as well. There was also fake news and disinformation, misinformation that was mentioned as being an important focus for the next years, and data visualization and statistics. So those were the general ideas that came out of our brainstorm. But of course, we don't have to limit ourselves to this. And if you think that those are not good ideas, it is also very... Yes, history is missing. Oh my goodness, you're right, Ellie. So the history project will be going on. I kind of just took this as a given, like, yeah, we're going to do that anyway. So anyways, yes, the history project is, of course, on the list. But now what I wanted to do is open the discussion. So the floor is yours. And of course, since we do like a Menti, if you want to kind of just to break the ice, we have a little QR code that I hope will be working. And we'll have a couple of questions, actually, to which you will be able to contribute. So, Alex, could you show us the screen? So the first question is, in one word, what should IFLAPARL's focus for 2025 2027 term B. Proactive. Generous. Okay. Skills, yeah, okay, good. Agile. Projects, relevance. Analytics. Collaboration. Training, indeed. Curation, collaborative curations. Sharing skills. Does anyone want to comment on the words that they shared or give additional context information? So I think that in terms of what would be, well, training is quite important, proactive as well. So training is something that could be to reflect on. Yes?
I just think we have a great opportunity. We have so much knowledge and skills within this room and beyond that, and it's easy to create content and deliver it online now. Time zones are always an issue, but I think we have a great opportunity to share skills from whatever you have in your parliament with others, and I think that's something we could really focus our attention on.
Very good point. Yeah, indeed. Okay, so moving on to the next question. Yes.
We are speaking about collaboration. I think that one of the things that we should do in our libraries, in my opinion, is to increase our visibility. We need to be more straight in communication. And the thing that has to do with relationship marketing from ourselves and our services, and being able to communicate with different stakeholders, with different messages, because you need to wrap up the message, taking in account the person or the ones that are to whom we want to deliver the message. So I was putting proactive, but I would also like to have something about visibility, relationship marketing, going outreach, for example, I think will be a good word.
Thank you.
And also the survey that we did, it indicated that most of you don't have AI policies currently, but some do. And I think that's an area we could also share some information. Maybe it's not going to be an action item. It could go under sharing knowledge, but to support each other as our parliaments all start developing policies of how staff will be using AI tools. Oh, no, that's
Okay, if you do have AI policies, and you can share them, or if you're going to have AI policies and you will be able to share them, you can send them to us so that we can add them to the toolkit, which will be probably added to the guidelines. So this is exchange of knowledge in action.
So shall we move on to the next question? So the we have a change. Equal access. Okay, yes, that's a good marketing services. Yes, so marketing, collaboration, training. Yes, definitely. Those are terms that speak to the majority of people. In terms of the other questions, what I was reflecting on is using the framework that you may be familiar with, which is the start, stop, continue framework. So it's basically just asking ourselves when we want to see how we can improve our projects, what should we start doing? Activities that have value that we're not doing right now? what we should stop doing, so activities that don't have value that we should cancel, and what we should continue doing, so activities that do have value, something that we are good at and that we should keep doing for the next year. So those are the three next questions. So the first one is, what should IFLAPARL start doing in its 2025-2027 term? Should we not start doing anything? I see a white canvas. Is it working? Do we have IT difficulties? Yeah, I see something. Plan for 2026 satellite meeting. Yes, nothing new. All right, so far so good. Yes, the satellite meeting is always a good part of what we have to do. It will be interesting to include archives. Okay, yes, definitely. Maybe bringing a focus more on archives, that would be a good idea. Celebrate good and engaged members. Yes, indeed. There are thoughts on how we can celebrate the engagement of our members. Great project, create a project with AI and share. Yes, definitely. Strong support for regional initiatives. Interesting. Visit regional associations. Okay. Reach out to other IFLA sections for really collaboration. Yes. Review library chatbots. Could be a possibility as well.
The truth is, we do have on our webpage pages devoted to all regional associations, but the truth is also that that needs to be more visible. So regarding radar and regarding IFLA, maybe you could send us some information so that we could form whatever we need to upload to the IFLAPARL website. And we will work on getting that more visible.
And I think it would also be very good to get input from those regional associations on what IFLAPARL could be focusing on, and what would be helpful and useful for them from IFLAPARL.
We have a couple more action that shows up. So joint projects to support parliaments lagging behind, active mailing lists, grants programs, seek corporate sponsorship or other partnerships for supportive meetings and workshops. That is indeed something that is going to be discussed in the next year. It is an issue for the vast majority of section trying to find funding and sponsorship for the event. Grants program, I think we were actually talking about this just a couple of days ago to see how we can help our members to actually attend the satellite meeting. And indirectly, yes, absolutely, those two actions are definitely connected. So it is something to consider, definitely.
If I'm not mistaken, you're referring to the listserv, which it's true, it doesn't always work well. It does have some problems, mostly with institutional email addresses because of the firewalls. The institutional email addresses usually understand the listserv as something hostile. So perceive it as something hostile and they don't allow it to reach you. A trick is you give a personal Gmail, Yahoo Mail or something mail address. Otherwise, most of the material circulated in the listserv, we try to circulate it through the social media. So if you follow all 3-4 of our communications media, you're bound to be okay communications-wise from us. if you think you're lacking, so you lack information, you haven't heard something you would like, you can always contact us directly. The new secretary's Gmail address will be the same as the past secretary's Gmail address, and they will be working closely together. And all our email addresses you can find on IFLAPARL site.
Thank you. And we do have a couple of actions that have been added. Personnel exchange between each parliament. That would be really, really great. It's a great idea. IFLAPARL meeting day before IFLA Cure. Yes, we did discuss that as well. Usually we have a pre-conference. This year it was a post-conference because of different reasons regarding logistics and availabilities of sites and everything. But we are thinking about going back to the pre-conference format. I think it would be most convenient for the vast majority of people. Oh, yes.
Okay, Gabriela tells us that collaboration is important. In an increasingly globalized world, it can help leverage efforts instead of duplicating them or repeating them, which is quite a loss of work power. And Josefa tells us that the social media diffusion of IFLAPARL has increased 200% compared to previous realities, so we can profit from it. Engagement and collaboration is possible with this better diffusion. Every idea to deepen this way of our actions getting known to for the community. And by the way, we are being watched by Josefa Fuentes, Leonor Borges, and Gabriela Yul, who are members of the previous term. Josefa and Leonor, and Gabriela is one of our new members. So say hello.
So offer online courses and grassroots engagements are also on the list. Since time is flying by, I will move on to the next question. So what should IFLAPARL stop doing in its 2025-2027 term? So creating a project with AI and share. So that may be an option, a mistake from the past question, or it's we should stop sharing AI. Anyways, organizing IFLAPARL after IFLA Willik. Yes, we will bring back to the previous format. I think we're all pretty much on the same page on that. Definitely. Kamla, interesting. Kamla, the World Directory. Again, like Dan mentioned, if we go with a collaboration with IPU, then, we can put our efforts on something else. Because this does not necessarily mean that those projects are not good or not relevant. It's just that we need to focus our energy and our time on other things that may be more relevant to the community. Yeah. Caritas, yeah. Mm-hmm.
As we said before, as Caroline said, we can redirect them and transform them into collaborative action so that it takes the load off IFLAPARL standing committee, because honestly, it is a lot of work. And have some help from IPU, for instance, or IPEX, with which we have some communication regarding common law.
And the whole idea of this also is to make sure that the actions we have in our action plan actually speak to the community. And because without you, there is no community, there is no IFLAPARL, there's no satellite meetings. So we need to be as relevant as we can be to the community. Yeah. So we have knowledge sharing also that has been put to avoid duplicating initiatives, indeed. So that's something very important too. Well, I'm guessing it's avoid duplicating initiatives. Yeah. Time is passing by, so I will move on to the next question. So what should IFLAPARL continue doing in its 2025-2027 term? The listserv, all right. The history project. The Danishido initiative. Online skill workshops, repository, history project. Repository. Eventually we'll get a hand on that. Relationships, yes, indeed. Satellite meetings, yes. Online skill workshops, great. Hosting IFLAPARL in same IFLA host country, yes, indeed. That is actually a rule now of IFLA headquarters. It can always change, but now they really ask the satellite meetings to always take place in the same country than the WILIC. Twinning services, exchanges. I'm not sure I understand what twinning means. I may be lost in translation here. Can someone explain twinning?
Yeah, I mean, twinning is when you sort of find two services that are similar and can collaborate or exchange their or a service that has a recent innovation to work with a service that is looking towards introducing that innovation.
Thank you. Twinning like in twins. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Touring parliamentary libraries. Yes, we always like touring libraries, especially parliamentary libraries. Online training, newsletter, webinar training services. Anything else? So we will move on to our last question. Oh, sorry. Standing committee member alumni meeting. Yes, so what we were thinking about. And analyzing new trends. Yes, indeed. And promoting staff exchange. All right, so moving on to our last question, which is, by 2027, what would success look like for IFLAPARL? So we have more members. Yes, indeed. Very good point. Strong. IFLA award for best overall section. Yes. Fun fact, when we sat down after receiving the award Thursday, Leila told me, okay, so in 2027, we're going for overall achievement. So I love that. No, but it's great. I mean, it's a shared feeling. It's excellent. As being strong, bold, united, increased participation, yes. More presenters from new countries, yes, definitely. An active community, winning another award, oh yes, we are going for that. More members, vibrant, active online community, yes. Multilingual programming, yes, definitely. Be able to organize host country library tour, yes, indeed. Collaborative authorships, yes, interesting, yes, indeed.
So this place is academic institution library, right? So I was thinking that because it is IFLAPARL, if you could organize a tour of, let's say, the Parliament or National Assembly of the library of the host country, but I mistakenly sent it. So parliament or national assembly of the host country.
That is a very good point, and it's usually what we do for satellite meetings. Unfortunately, this year we've had a conversation and oh, yes, go ahead.
Yes, indeed, that's what we're after because we are PARL anyway. But I think this year turned out to be for good, not for excellent, not just good, because it's not just really, it's not just the hosting, which was, I mean, out of this world from what I have seen so far. It was the exchange of the ideas. We came in touch with another field in the library area. So we can see it's not just parliamentary, we can see what other type of libraries do. And it is kind of related to us because they have the public policy school and they have public administration school. So we can see, as the Vice Provost said, here they produce the people who are going to come to us. So we can see what is the previous step before people come to us, either as employees or as patrons. So we can relate. I think it was a good change for this time that we had the university library as a host.
Thank you, Oliva, and thank you again, Nazarbayev University, for hosting us, because this has been just amazing. It is 3:28, and I have no questions left, but were there any other questions or comments, things that participants wanted to share with us, things that we didn't talk about? What are the next steps, perhaps? So next, yes? The timeline on the history project? Yes, well, we have the book that's the chapter that's going to be published.
It's, we have to hand in the draft of the chapter beginning October. Beginning November, we're attending, the writers are attending a writers' symposium in The Hague, and we will announce all the results from that afterwards. And then I think we have to hand in the final chapter after the recommendations of the editors in April, May. We do. That's, I mean, that's the one thing, and the idea is, since we are very fond of these interviews and we're getting along with each other and the past members, we will try to continue with interviews as long as we can till we drop so that we have a good collection of these oral history interviews.
Just to follow on what Ellie was asking, do you intend to work on the 6 action points at the same time, with the same deadline, or do you have them staggered over the next 2 years?
You mean for the action that will be selected in the action plan? It depends. They all have their own deadline. It's usually simultaneous. The way we work is that we will have small groups that will work on an action. So we always we do a draft of the action plan in September, October, and then we ask members of the standing committee to get involved in at least one action, and then those groups will organize themselves and carry on the action to make progress along the year with a fixed deadline.
Yes. And there is always opportunity for members of the group as a whole to participate in those actions. So we'd really like your input on those actions that we will put together in the action plan.
Yes. Thank you, Martin. Yes, because of course it's not just the standing committee, everyone can contribute. You can also attend the standing committee meetings virtually as observers. So if you're not sure what this is about, or if you say, hey, maybe I'd like to get involved in the future in the standing committee, but I don't really know what it looks like, you could attend a meeting as an observer. And we, of course, welcome everyone's contribution to our actions, most definitely. Yeah.
And the action plan is published on the IFLA repository. Maybe we can circulate it through listserv.
Absolutely. So the next steps is actually, well, we'll do a short report of the 2023-2025 action plan with what was accomplished, and then we will draft the action plan for 25-27, and we will, of course, share that information with listserv, on social media, on the repository, and on all the other communication channels. Yes?
Okay, before the meeting is over, since this is the official floor, I would like to repeat my proposal. I'm Ondřej Díkovský from the Czech Parliamentary Library, and I think there is a new spot on the map, and this is Prague and our new building of the Parliamentary Library, and I think the building perfectly meets or may meet some of our needs. So if the standing committee decides that you would like to sum up all the members and organize either a seminar, a workshop, or a meeting, or some sort of conference, everybody is invited. We are already eager, willing, and we desire to host you and to show you around and prepare the program. I think we have several years to think it over. Maybe we can plan it now or later. We have yesterday discussed that I will prepare the profile, the technical opportunities of the building, which I will submit to you, and then it's up to you. So I'm holding the keys, and the gates are open. Thank you.
We will not refuse you.
Thank you, Andrew. This is wow. This is a great invitation.
One last question out of curiosity. How many of you intend to attend Busan?
Yes, that's a good question. Nice. Very nice, very nice. So thank you, Andres. We will keep that definitely in mind. It's a wonderful invitation. Are there any other questions? Fabian? Yes.
I don't know whether this one fits in, but I think it is important to note also that for some of us from the African region, we are having a very big problem this year with regards to visa. And I think that it was maybe we were supposed to get assistance from IFLA and IFLAPARL specifically, since we are members of IFLAPARL. But we couldn't get any assistance, and we almost missed this opportunity to come to attend. Because we just got our visas the same day that we were supposed to fly in. That was a big problem. In Busan, I hope that we are not going to get the same problems that we got. I hope we don't require visas. I know that it is an easy thing for other nations, because it is visa-free for Europe and so forth. But for us from Africa, we are required to get visas and so forth. So these other things must be looked upon for, especially for others. That is why we might see that the participation is not up to capacity. There are a lot of people that were supposed to come, but they couldn't make it due to the visas. And another one is whether if IFLAPARL can assist us in this. We're also having issues with our payments.
For IFLA itself.
For IFLA itself, yes. You go on the online to make a payment, it doesn't work for Africa. It just continues loading and loading, it doesn't open. You go nowhere with it. Yes, and some cards are not accepted when you come, you want to make to
to pay with a Visa card, it doesn't work. You have to make cash payments. And also when you say, okay, we are requesting for you to print for us, there is no printer. You walk around the city, you can't find any printing shop, even in the mall. It was a difficult situation because for us, we are required to bring along a stamped invoice or receipt. So it was difficult. Maybe if we get assistance in those two areas. Thank you.
You are absolutely right, Fabian, and thank you for bringing that up because it was indeed a big issue that we've had for many participants this year. I did actually discuss it with Vivian Lewis yesterday, the Division B chair, so that she can bring it to the governing board because we are not the only section who had this problem as well. There's been a lot of issues with visa and a lot of problems regarding this, so we definitely want to make sure that it gets resolved for the next WILIC and the next IFLAPARL satellite meeting, definitely. So we'll make sure that it gets fixed. Thank you for bringing that up. Oh, yes. Tell me. The section can't, yes, of course, we cannot interfere regarding visa procedures, but we can at least bring the problem to the highest authorities so that they can work with the host countries regarding that.
And also a tip that might work, whenever a visa is required, whoever has to get a visa, because I think I will have to get a visa for next year, for instance. Maybe we should start working on the visa process very early so that we can give some time to the host country to process all the applications. I'm not saying it was because we did the applications late this time, but if we have, I'm saying that because IFLAPARL could maybe help if we have your applications numbers and we can give them to some of the hosts so that they can look it up to see what's going on. That's as far as we can go. I mean, you tell us what your application number is, we communicate that to some of our hosts with whom we work for the parliamentary meeting, and maybe they can do something. Besides what Caroline said, that we can move it up as a request to the hierarchy of IFLA.
Because I think, especially in terms of coming here, it was not a matter of days. Because I know that we applied for, because we needed to fill a form online where the invitation number was supposed to be done. And we've done that a month and a half in advance. So when we filled that form, we were told that within 15 days, we will receive the letter. But up to the time, I think it was especially the Thursday, because we were flying the Friday, up to the Thursday that we were, that night, I think none of us here slept because we were trying to do that. Of course, eventually we got Pete. I'm not sure whether he's part of this team, but we got him who actually assisted us to tell us that their system is actually has been down, or it was down in order for us to fill, because eventually when we got the letter, which was the Thursday, but we were promised we will receive that letter within 15 days. A month later, we did not receive anything. And also when we filled the form, there was no email to say if you don't receive, contact who after 15 days. There was no that process. There was nothing like if you fill a form also to say, we have received your form. There was no confirmation. You just filled a form and waited for 15 days, and that 15 days passed, and we also did not know to say, no, 15 days has passed, who do we ask? So at least when the processes are being put in place, at least let us have some sort of contact who, and, you know, because it could be avoided.
Yes, we could bring that up to the governing board, definitely, so that they have a contact. It is now 3:41. We have already gone over time, and I want to make sure everyone can go get a coffee. So we have a non-sponsored coffee break right now. Thank you, everyone, for your input, your insights. We have all the information in Menti, and we will keep you updated on the 25-27 action plan. We will be back here starting back at 4, so please maybe come back in the room at 3:55 so we can start on time. Thank you.
Okay, it's on. Okay, thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask everybody to take their seats, please? We're going to start again for the last leg of our discussions. So what we have foreseen now on the program is a building skills session. And for that, we will have 3 speakers. So the idea is a bit to share what's going on at in the area of building, fostering, developing skills. I'm sure there will also be a lot of links made to new tendencies in such as AI. So without further ado, I would invite Martin Reed, who is going to go first. And Martin is the Director of Library Services at the House of Commons Library in the United Kingdom. So Martin, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Alex. So yes, I want to talk about some work that we've been doing in the House of Commons Library over the last 3 years on skills and professional development. And the central part that I feel it's played and is continuing to play in the transformation, revival, renaissance, maybe that's too strong a word, of the librarians and the library profession in the House of Commons Library. So first, some context. The House of Commons Library is the Research and Information Service of the House of Commons, which means that the library, the research and the library service are together in the same department. It's a big team dealing with a high workload. So since our most recent election in July last year, we're on track to respond to over 20,000 requests a year and publish or update over 1,000 research reports, legislative or topical briefings, and other research products in that time. You can see the number of staff that we have up there in the different teams and their areas of responsibility. So the library has about 200 staff. Research is the biggest part of that, with 100 members doing the briefing and analysis, responding to members' inquiries. Library services is approximately 55 people. Data and technology, which includes the indexing team, which covers parliamentary business and data science, about 20 people. And then team services covering those logistical and finance roles and business planning, 10. And then a small communications and engagement team covering customer engagement events and websites. In addition to the House of Commons Library, the Research and Information Team, which is the name for the department, also includes the Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology, which brings in advice on science and technology and is the bridge to higher education for Parliament as a whole. I lead the library service teams, which focus on collections, tools, information resources, services, space, and users. Those are the 4 teams there: library resources, members library services, research information service, and also a responsibility for preparation for the restoration and renewal project that's coming in our Parliament. These are all standard library functions, but they haven't been combined as a coherent, discrete library service until relatively recently. That's 2019. Previously, they were fragmented and divided up in different ways and combined with other teams and functions. And these teams were generally led or reported to colleagues who did not have a library or an information professional background. Typically, they were researchers, on the grounds that I think In the past, researchers are intelligent people, and there was a sense in which it's running a library, how hard can it be? At one level, this didn't and shouldn't matter because all the core tasks of a library were being done. But at another level, it contributed to what I felt was a fundamental issue, which was a lack of professional identity and a sense of lower status and poor morale among the librarians. So for me, doing something about this was a core priority, and one of the things I was explicitly recruited to do. The goal was therefore to develop a sense of professional identity and pride amongst the librarians, or re-establish that for them, improve their confidence and be recognised, get them to a point where they were recognised as equal partners with research. And the way of doing this was to focus on professionalism, develop skills, and create a professional community. In order to do this, though, we first needed to benchmark what people's skills levels actually were. We needed to know what people could do and at what level of expertise in order to identify where the gaps were, and so where to focus our attention. We needed a tool. Unfortunately, a very good one was available. This was the Chartered Institute of Library and Information Professions, the Library Association for the UK, CILIP, its Professional Knowledge and Skills Base, PKSB. This is a tool that's used by individuals and organisations for a range of purposes. It is a benchmark for personal skills training. It helps individuals identify their training needs, and it's also used by employers to assess workforce competencies, plan training, and support recruitment and retention. It's structured around 4 core principles: human rights, equity, intellectual freedom, and impartiality. And this is a graphic of the framework, and has 13 areas of professional expertise. 4 are generic: technical issues, technical and communications, strategy, planning and management, leadership, advocacy and influencing, personal effectiveness, and customer focus, service design and marketing, and then 9 specific areas that range from collection management and development through information governance and compliance to knowledge management, records management, archiving, and research. It's a framework that's meant to be comprehensive, so it covers everything to do with the library information and knowledge management profession and sector, so it's very wide-ranging. As an institutional member of CILIP, we were able to contact them and engage them to use the framework to assess the skill level of our staff by a survey which is tailored to our needs. Each skill area in the framework is broken down into more specific competencies, over 120 in all, but not all of them are relevant to what we do, because, as I've said, the framework is designed to be comprehensive, covering things which we do not do in the library. So we don't cover archives and records management, that's done by somebody else, nor information governance. So we weren't going to use the full breadth of the framework to carry out the survey, and we ended up selecting 54 skills from that list of 120 to form it into a survey. The survey was involves staff being asked to rate how confident they feel in each skill or knowledge area currently, and then identify the ideal level that they would like to reach. They're asked to rate themselves from none through basic, good, comprehensive, and advanced. And each of those levels are then weighted from 1 to 5 and a numerical value attached. And then the difference between the current level of assessment and the ideal level that people want to be at is the gap, is the aspiration gap or the skills gap, if you like. It's the difference between where people are and where they want to get to. This is a slide showing the a shot from the survey just at the start, collection management. The question there is given for the staff to look at, how confident you feel will have with an understanding of collection management processes at an operational level, selection, acquisition, weeding, curation. Some people then asked to assess their current rating and their ideal rating. So we did that for those 54 areas which we had identified. And the survey itself was carried out a little while ago, back in 2022. It was sent to all library services staff and the indexing and data management service, who, while they're not in library services, are all librarians professionally trained. It was anonymous, data was analysed by team and grade, and we had quite a good response rate. 67%, so 57 out of the 85 people surveyed, and we received the results in October 22. That just gives you the response rates there and the number of people in the different teams. You'll note there's a team there called Office Services. At that point, that was sat within Library Services. It was slightly something of an anomaly because they are a team that deals with logistics, and partly as a result of this work, we've done a bit of reorganisation and they've been moved over to team services. It's part of that focus of, or rather refocusing library services on professional library and information work. So what were the results? This is what we got for when we broke things down by pay band. And you can see that, so the pay bands, A is the higher level, B the intermediate level, again largely professionally qualified staff, and then the C and D bands are generally staff who don't have professional qualifications. And you can see the level of skill or level of competency goes from higher at the A band level down to the lowest at C and D. This sets out the results for the different teams, and again you can see how they cluster, and that overall the average rating was about 1.67, so just getting up between basic and good. We talked to Philip because they run this survey for other libraries, and this is at the lower end of what other libraries have assessed themselves, or the staff in other libraries have assessed themselves. And it, to some extent, it validated the assumption that I came into this with, which was our library staff had been somewhat neglected for a while, and as a result of that, they felt their skill levels were relatively low. This gives the gap, the aspiration gap by pay band, where they want to go, and you can see that for all bands of staff, there's quite a significant gap between where they are and where they want to get, where they want to be, which is encouraging in a sense because it's people recognise that they want to increase their skills and they want to improve. Those are the aspiration gaps by team. And again, I think it's quite encouraging in that people want to, they're pushing up from the basic into the level 4 good. So we could also look at what were the top 10 skills. We can see their teamwork, information retrieval, customer service skills. These were the areas where where the staff assessed themselves as being strongest. And then we were also crucially able to see where the gaps were, what were the skills which had the largest aspiration gap. Again, you can see that there are a lot of generic skills there around leadership, project management, advocacy, but also technical or professional skills around service innovation, design, development and design, copyright, data literature and literacy and data structures. Reviewing this, particularly in the light of, Caroline's talk yesterday around the IFLA trend report and the skills report, there's quite a strong alignment between those things, which I think is again quite encouraging in a way from the point of view of IFLA recognizing the reality of the situation. And then, of course, we could also see the bottom skills, the areas where staff felt that they were weakest. And those were around contract and financial management, licensing, data literacy, some technical things there. Crucially, though, what did we do next? What was the response to this? And how did we go about turning it into a set of actions to achieve the goal that I'd set of making library services a group of strong, confident professionals that would be recognized as equal partners with researchers. And we felt collectively within the team that it was really important to engage with staff to develop a program. It is and was very tempting to have a top-down approach. We've identified the areas of strength and weakness and the gaps, so we'll go away and source some training on these areas and job done. But in practice, that's really not the most effective way of going about staff development. It's not really effective or sustainable because it doesn't have the buy-in from the people who are really needing to be developed. So what we went for was a much more bottom-up approach, getting volunteers, talking about the results, working it through, and using that engagement with staff to identify what are the obstacles and the priorities for development, what are the obstacles to professional development, and then identifying opportunities and quick wins, and identifying a set of development priorities. So this is why it took a bit of time. So it was back in 2022 that we did the survey. We built on the findings. We had a 6-month process of engaging with staff, and we had a very motivated team of volunteers who were working with us on that. And what we got from that motivated group of volunteers was a program or a project which focused on 4 areas: formal training, informal learning and knowledge sharing, and developing a learning portal, and also crucially creating a professional community, which I think is key to having that sense of strong professional identity. So just to run through some of the things that we did. So from the results of the survey, we identified 33 skills where library services and indexing and data management colleagues wanted to develop their skills and knowledge, and then broke these down into 8 skills areas. You can see engagement and collaboration, leadership and management, data management, finances and contracts, innovation and inclusion, copyright and licensing, research skills, and collection management. We identified formal internal and external training opportunities for colleagues in these areas, which we added to a new SharePoint site organized under those 8 skill set categories, and then further organized that material at 3 different levels: getting started, advanced, and further study. In addition, we all found we looked for conferences, events and workshops that related to the 8 skill sets, and provided links to YouTube material with pre-recorded training and talks were available. So we were sourcing existing material that was out there, as well as creating our own material from within the community. Knowledge sharing was a very big part of what we were trying to do, encouraging people to support colleagues and share their knowledge, recognizing that even if people felt that they weren't very at a very high level with things, they still had lots of expertise, which was worth sharing, and doing that in a variety of different ways. Writing short know-how documents, FAQs, beginner guides, and so on. And then also setting up a series of knowledge sharing sessions with monthly talks, panel discussions, which we had on Teams, recording those and then uploading them to the SharePoint hub. We were working on piloting that through 2024, and that process has continued since then. A key thing was the development of this learning portal, which was a central hub for these resources, which we created on SharePoint, with those 8 skills pages based on the survey, and the aim being to make the materials as accessible as possible. So I've done too many demonstrations to try risking a live demonstration. So I've just put a few screenshots of what the SharePoint site looks like there. This references the Library and Information Professional Community, and that's the sort of the culmination, if you like, of where we were going with this, which is to develop that sense of professional community and professional identity, and that's how we branded this SharePoint, this skills site. It's something for the community, and to a very large extent developed by the professional community. This is a section on further training and resources, giving links to the training that exists in Parliament on various generic topics, and then linking out externally to other things which are of relevance to the community, as well as internally to the different links within the library. And as I said, the crucial thing ultimately was to get to a point where people felt that they had a strong professional community with a defined identity. And we had some discussions about what to call that, and agreed collectively that having library information and profession and community were all key terms, and that's where we got to, LIPC, the Library and Information Professional Community. So where are we going with this? Continuing the development. So the knowledge PKSB work, the professional community work, that project closed last year in 2024. But as a result of it, we have expanded the professional development group that already existed within the library, and that has taken over the work of those 2 projects, and it's taking things forward again in 4 work streams focused around or organised around knowledge sharing, career development, partnerships, and community building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm sure there are questions, but I propose we swiftly move first to the other 2 speakers, and hold your horses then for the questions right after. So now I gladly give the floor to my colleague at the European Parliament, Sarah Scheel. Sarah Scheel is our Director for the Members Research Service in the European Parliamentary Research Service. So, Sarah, over to you.
Thank you, Alec. EPRS is a pretty loyal customer of this gathering, but I'm here for the first time, so I want to, just on a personal point of view, say thank you to the organizers. It's been extremely enriching. Also to our hosts, it's such a pleasure to see your amazing library and to feel the pride that you have to work here. So thanks for inviting me, and on the one hand, of course, you could say I drew the short straw. I'm coming at the very end. But the great thing about coming at the end, you can say, well, it's all been said already, and I don't have to repeat everything. And indeed, plenty of things that I would have wanted to dwell on have already been said. So I'm going to try and
move along in real time, and I won't linger on absolutely everything. EPRS is the research service of the European Parliament. We're approximately 280, 310 people. We have three main divisions. We have one division that works for parliamentary committees, focusing on impact assessment, foresight, and also scientific outreach. We have our library service, which manages the library and the information. And then in my service, the members' research service, my people are mainly policy analysts who are specialized in one or other policy area. They are usually doing many things at once, but in global terms, we can say that they answer directly to individual requests for research work that come from members of the European Parliament. And they also proactively write briefings, studies, notes. Most of the latter items are published and on our website, so I'm sure you've come across them now and again. The former items, the individual pieces of research that we do for members, are not published. That's a confidential service. So that's who we are. I said I'm new in the job. I arrived in March. I had to do an interview with the Secretary General of the European Parliament and some other senior managers. First question, how are you going to use AI in the work of the research service? So this was very much not just on my mind, but on the mind of our very top managers. And in one sense, that's great because there is impetus there is support. And there's a certain readiness to invest. And if you allow me to divert briefly and make one kind of general comment on everything we've heard about AI already today and yesterday, we haven't really dug in on financial aspects and budget aspects, and they're completely crucial. And we know that on the one hand, AI can be expensive and you have to invest, and on the other hand, potentially at least, should be able to save us money, right? You should be able to do things without paying humans to do them. Of course, we're all in different situations. We have bigger or smaller budgets, and we have bigger or smaller control over our budgets. So I can well understand that we're not all coming at things from the same angle. Even to outsource, to commission a tool, I can quite well imagine even in the European Union that if you go to the French market, it's different from the German market. So I'm quite sure that what we would do in Brussels is different to what you're doing in other parts of the world. But if I had one suggestion for IFLAPARL for the next 2 years, some kind of idea how much these tools cost and what you can do with them, it can be very interesting because it goes back to what we heard from our colleague from the Greek Parliament. You have to prioritize. Anything is possible, but everything is not possible. Yeah. So that was a bit of a digression. Sorry for that, but I'm going to speed up through my other slides, so I don't feel too guilty. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, just to very briefly say, like everyone else in European Parliament, we've been reflecting. AI has been on the radar now for a while, maybe not that long, but it starts to be a little while already. And also in the EPRS, and in Parliament as a whole, we had a bit of change in our senior management, and of course that usually brings some ripple effect. But over the last couple of years, 23, 24, beginning of 25, we've been engaging in a process not a million miles, I would say, from how you have managed yours, Martin, which is to bring people together, to bring practitioners together, and to encourage them to reflect on different issues. We had one working group looking at products and services, one working group on AI. So much of what we are doing in EPRS on AI, we like to think it's not completely top-down. We like to think that we are driven a bit by the practitioners, but it's very much a moving target, that's absolutely for sure. So we went through our reflection and discussion. We checked out different tools. We had specific, I would say, I mean, we had things that were red lines for us, as you possibly know. I mean, in the European Union, we have the AI Act, so whatever we do has to be compatible with that. We have reasonably tough rules on things like data protection and privacy. So there are things which might be suitable in other environments, but were not suitable in our environment, and we went a little bit through that at the EPRS level. Of course, our focus was AI tools for policy research. And again, we know in parliaments, you can use AI for pretty much anything, ranging from the catering to the car service to the legislative work. But of course, as EPRS, we think where we can add some value and bring something to the table that no one else is going to bring. How do we use AI in the world of research? We know data and information is increasingly valued, it's increasingly polluted, and people increasingly don't trust what they get. So it's also this question. Yes, we should use it, but how do we maintain trust? How do we keep ourselves trusted by members? And of course, also in the European Parliament, like many of you, we had elections in 2024 and a new bunch of members arrived with all the challenges that that brings. In 2024, we had general EU EP-wide guidelines, which were developed by our IT service, ranging around 4 sort of key clusters. Data protection was one, content responsibility, and the idea there is no matter what you do with AI, you're the human being, you're the one responsible for the final product. So that's very much a key feature. Transparency and compliance. This is again, abide by the rules that are in force and be transparent about the use of AI. If you have used it, declare it. Autonomy and business community. Don't let your use of AI tools detract from perhaps being able to do business continuity in a moment of, can be an emergency, can be an unforeseen circumstance. So don't, in other words, get too dependent on it, and meaning that if for some reason it wasn't working for you, you wouldn't be able to perform core parliamentary functions. So these are the general, these apply to each and every one of us who works in the European Parliament. They don't, of course, apply to members. We can't tell members what to do. Yeah, they can do more or less what they wish, certainly in relation to use of AI tools. And it doesn't apply to members, assistants, and their private office, and the people who are often working most directly with them and supporting in their work. And that's something where I think, indeed, it's not my job or anyone in EPRS to tell a member or an assistant how to do research using AI, but if we can at the very least provide some good examples, some good ideas, or some cautionary tales, I see that very much part of our remit. So this was a little bit then going back to the EPRS. These were the things we discussed in our working group, and I think this is one slide I can skip over very, very fast. We've been discussing it for the last while. You know very well the different, these were the different activities or tasks that we figured we wanted to explore further using AI tools. We work, as you probably know, in 24 languages, so I think we're the most multilingual parliament in the world, for sure. Anything that has to do with translation, interpretation, speech to text, and so on is extremely interesting to us. And of course, again, it's not my domain, but the relevant interpretation and translation services in the European Parliament are also investing pretty heavily on these fronts now. So again, these were indeed our testing criteria for us as researchers. We, as I said, tried out a different variety of tools, trying to set certain minimum standards. And again, I think most of that should be familiar to you. Doesn't look too different from things we've already heard before. Again, then, with that in mind, and on the basis of our discussions, we have adopted some internal guidelines purely for EPRS. It's about a 2-page document. I'm pretty sure we can share it with you if we haven't done so already. It builds a lot on everything I've already said. First and foremost for us, I said, keep people trusting what they get from us. So in that light, be accountable, be responsible, use the rules correctly, be transparent, and be very careful with confidentiality, because as I said, we do, part of our service is confidential. So, when we were looking at ChatGPT, for us that wasn't really a suitable tool, and what we have done instead in the last, I'm going to skip that page, this is also challenges, which I think by now we covered. So what we did was we were able to adopt, and it's not a solution that I can offer for you, I'm afraid, because it's a tool that's been developed by the European Commission Joint Research Service Centre, the JRC, which is the in-house scientific service of the European Commission, and they've developed basically their own version of ChatGPT. this is open to us. This is what we are encouraging our researchers and our policy analysts to use for these kind of tasks, brainstorming, looking at literature review, help with maybe structure, argumentations, and so on. And that is a tool that's not publicly available at the moment, but it's the one that we are mainly using as the ChatGPT. Of course, we're using other tools for other purposes. To say a few words about what trainings we have been offering, again, this is a more general level. In the European Parliament, there is a wish to improve and expand the skill set, like everyone else. So we have a variety of trainings available, not just on the fundamentals and basics, but then on different applications and also on ethical aspects of AI. Up to now, those trainings are not compulsory, and that's something that I've been reflecting on in my own head for the last day or two, is how much we kind of encourage people to do these training and how much we oblige them to train. At the moment, we're not really obliging people to do this training, but we are very strongly encouraging it. At the level of EPRS, again, zooming back in, and this is, as I said, our focus, we really see it on how do I use it in research and how do I use it to prepare research products. Well, we rolled out this tool, this ChatGPT, not that long ago, a bit over 6 months ago. We encouraged, as said, but did not oblige colleagues to use it. And what we very quickly discovered was quite a wide variety, and I'm sure it's the same in your parliaments as well, between people who are quite early adopters, quite eager adopters, and those who are a bit more reluctant and a bit more skeptical. So we really start to see even, I mean, it's an area that's moving fast, we know it. I think more and more, probably since last November, are using it, but I couldn't say that we have data on the exact level of penetration in the work. My sort of anecdotal impression, when I go around talking to my policy analysts, I ask them, are you using AI? What are you using it for? I do see more and more they are using it for, I would say, some of the classic things. They will throw ideas in and try to get help with, structures. They are definitely using it for translation because, of course, we're mainly writing in English, but in many, of course, if you have access to other languages, you can presumably come up with a more sophisticated product that's more tailored to the needs. We have members from 27 member states, so it's quite often they come and say, I'm interested in this or that policy, but I want to know what its impact is in Latvia or in Portugal. And then, of course, again, you're digging a bit more in files that might not be available in a language that you speak. So they are using it, but I don't really have, at this point, and one reflection, I was thinking, Martin, that we should be doing something a bit similar in terms of a staff survey and getting a bit further now into the nitty-gritty. I think it could be time for that. What we did do 6 months after we launched these tools was to bring colleagues together for what we didn't describe as training, but what we described as a hands-on workshop. And again, we tried to make that extremely practical, case-oriented, like what we have done this morning. And I can't stress enough how valuable that is, because it's one thing, of course, to go to a training room and learn a bit on the principles of AI or LLMs, but it's another thing to have a task and to use a tool to complete the task. So what we tried to do in that series of training, and it's something we'll repeat now every 6 months, is just to get colleagues to come and talk. I had this task to do, and this is how I did it. Ranging from quite simple, not rocket science, we might say, to a lot more sophisticated, maybe writing code and so on. So again, we did see the level of expertise and capacity was quite different, but we were not pitching it at a very advanced level. We were quite happy about the take-up for that training. Again, it was not compulsory, but we had probably out of, I don't know, 100 and something, 120, 140 policy analysts, we maybe had 110 in the room. So, I mean, the interest, we can definitely say, is there. And that's something that will definitely continue. We're now, and two other things, and maybe I've mixed things up a little bit here. I'll jump to the bottom. So that's a bit, this is learning by doing and learning from your peers. We're also looking at bringing in external experts, and this is really a way to, get the very beginners up to a basic level, and then establish, for those who are at a slightly more advanced level, where do we go next? So subject to authorization and all that, I'm hoping in the autumn that we will have some money available to hire external trainers from University in Belgium, KU Leuven, and we will organize some training which will be gradated according to the needs and the skills of the colleague. We're lucky to have a reasonably decent training budget, so we can go out and look for external experts. Still on training, and maybe it's slightly different, and I want to go back to the world of the politicians. We as EPRS do a lot of training for members and in particular their assistants. So again, we had our change of term in 2024. We had about a 50%, if not higher, turnover of members. So you have a lot of new members who come and have to get familiar with lots of things in terms of procedure, but also in terms of policy. And for individual members, we go a bit more on the individual route, and we go and talk to them in their office. We don't call it training, we call it an in-person briefing with an expert. If you need to know something about Ukraine or about banking, we'll send our banking guy or a Ukraine girl or whatever to see you in your office. And we find that's quite, I mean, in a sense, it's an investment and it's time consuming. But it really reaps rewards, because then they know us, they generally trust us if they can put a face on us, and it can be more efficient when you have an idea, where is this person coming from and what is it really that they want when they contact our research service. So that's one thing for members, but we also have quite a regular routine of training for assistants, and that can be again on the knowledge sources and databases that we hold in our library, can be on how to access products and services. And there we've been asked, and we see it now in this term already, we see that there's huge interest to know more about AI. And so we start to do that a little bit more regularly. We start to organize trainings on AI. More general, not so much with a focus on request, but there's a need, there's an audience, and I think that's something that we're going to continue to develop. A disclaimer, I won't spend too long on that, but basically we have been discussing now about how to put a disclaimer on our products, especially our published products, and we have finally come to the conclusion that we should do it. It's good practice, it's transparent. We came up with one, I don't know how easy it is to read there, but I guess you will get the slides or we can circulate it. So we do have a disclaimer now that appears on the bottom of our publications. It can be not manipulated, but it can be edited according to whether or not AI has been used and for what purpose. And we are rolling that out now in the autumn. I can completely imagine that if you came back in 6 months, maybe the disclaimer will have changed, because either the field of AI is moving so fast, or because we discover that we didn't get our initial wording completely perfect, but we have something now which is quite general. Okay, and actually, well, this is a good stopping point. This is us really brainstorming a little bit on what we can do in the future, and of course, how long you've got is how long we could discuss that. We see plenty of opportunity for automated updates of briefings, especially if you're writing something about a legislative proposal. It goes through different stages, primary, committee stage, plenary stage. There we see some scope. Scrutiny, I think, is very important. We scrutinize the European Commission. It spends a lot of money at EU level in the member states. When we ask for information about how they spend the money, they give it to us, but it's generally in Excel tables that are enormous. And of course, members don't have the capacity to. So if you want to find an anomaly or say, why isn't this working, or did this money really achieve what it was meant to achieve, you need to be looking a little bit for anomalies and issues, and I think humans don't necessarily have the capacity for that. AI perhaps does. We haven't really got into client relations, but I could see that this can be something we would like to do in the future, being able to preempt, and we can occasionally preempt what members are looking for. I think AI might help us to do that better. We have to be careful it doesn't make us spam them too much, but if we know that member A is traveling to a conference to give a talk on this or that, of course, we can present different items to them. Listen, I will stop there, because I think all of these things we will all be looking at, and I'm sure if we come back in another year or so, we'll have new, let's say, use cases and stories to tell. But thank you very much for your attention.
So, thank you very much, Sarah. And then now we move to our last speaker that you are already very familiar with, Lila from the Hellenic Parliament in Greece. Lila, over to you.
Thank you very much. So, no need to spend time in introducing myself, just to say that I work in the Parliamentary Archives Department of the Hellenic Parliament. So, for those of you who don't know about the library, it was founded in a little after 1844. It did not start working until 1846, when we had our first librarian and archivist appointed. The library's foundation were actually set in the 1870s, when a politician, Timoleon Philinin was his name, became the curator, and under his leadership we had the library's collection expanded as he managed to attract donations in order to enrich the holdings. The library's main purpose is to serve and support in their work the members of the parliament, the administration, and all its staff. But it is also open to general public. So regarding the library's collections, since it is a special and a general library at the same time, it accepts most publications, but the focus is on publications on politics, economics, history, sociology, parliamentarism, law publications, and whatever might be related to the parliamentary work and procedures. The library expands in 3 different buildings: main parliament building, the Benakis Library, and the city library, all at the center of Athens. And it has 5 departments: the parliamentary library, the parliamentary archives, the city library, the Benakis Library, which includes political personalities collections, and the preservation and conservation department. So that's the context, more or less, the environment where we work. It provides library and reference services, it manages the archives of the parliamentary work, it curates the parliament's art collection, it offers exhibitions and educational programs, it runs outreach programs, etc. So, moving on to the next slide. I'm running a little bit so that we have some time to discuss. The library staff is approximately 100 people in all 5 departments. Now, I do not have the exact statistics, as you can not see on the screen, but it's about the first degree, people who have as a first degree in Library and Information Studies. It's about 25 or maybe 30%. We also have people who have a degree in histories, history, philology, law, sociology, and humanities. There's also a good percentage of people that have master's degree in LIS, and a very small percentage compared to NARS, what we heard yesterday, a very small percentage of PhD holders. So, and apart from all this, outside these statistics, not exact statistics, but we have about 15 to 17 people specialized staff in preservation and conservation. So, the main reason for the small percentage of LIS graduates is that is the hiring system, actually. For new employees to be hired, there is a need for an open call, a submission of applications, a committee for the evaluation of these applications. Then we go to interviews and or a writing contest. Then we have the final evaluation and the official announcement of the exams. And maybe sometimes there is some room of competitors to contest the results. So as you can imagine, all this takes time. So we have a system of internal transferring of employees in order to cover the gaps when we have extra load of work or when many of our colleagues retire. Actually, this happens once a year, and it's on a basis of offer and demand. So each section says what needs we have, and when this circulates, all the employees that are interested apply for the positions, and this gets revised, gets evaluated, and if the employee meets somehow the needs of the section, they get transferred. So finally, okay, that's it here. So since we have this system, we have all the colleagues that have humanities or law degree, but are not relevant to library profession. So there used to be that idea that, okay, how hard can it be, as Martin said. But in the past few years, I've seen that on the part of the administration and on behalf of the employees, there is the realization that we should have these skills. So there is a good percentage of people that are trying to attend master's classes in library and information studies, and the administration is encouraging that. I mean, they give special leaves, days of absence, so that we can read, or we can study or take the exams, or if it's possible to have a longer period of absence. You cannot go to work and stay for some months at home to study. Apart from that, we have an in-house education and training department, which is responsible for the education of all the employees, and actually the MP's training as well. And it collaborates with the National School of Public Administration, or universities or technical schools around the world, in Greece and around the world. So it's responsible for bringing in training sessions that we do follow. We have to follow, it's mandatory for every employee, one month training session on public administration. And then there are specialized sessions, like language sessions, which we value very highly, and IT sessions. And lately we have had some very, it's the first steps now, sessions on AI. So apart from that, this is for all the staff of the Parliament. For the library staff, we have had the chance, because between 2018 and 2022, we had the number of other departments employees transferred to the library, mainly because we've had a new department, which is the Parliamentary Archives Department, and we needed to recruit staff as soon as possible. So this was also a period, 2018 to 2022, that the library was working intensively on the creation of a new repository project, which, by the way, is now the repository. So we realized there was a need of training in new trends in the profession. In 2022, the library, in cooperation with the Education and Training Department and the National Center for Public Administration, ordered and co-curated two training programs on emerging library trends and new technologies in the field, and on management of public administration archives and records. So these programs were 30 to 36 hours long. We could attend these programs after our daily job, so they run parallel to our everyday job, which was good, and we might repeat them because non-LIS people followed them and they gained from them. As mentioned, also the library has been working on the repository project. The new repository was finally made available in the beginning of 2025. All the library staff worked on the project in one way or another, but not all the staff was involved in the same phases of the project. So there was a need to training in the repository. So because it uses the Dublin core platform, we had to train those of us who didn't know the platform. We had to train for that. We also had to train on how to provide services to our patrons through that platform, and we were also trained on how to upload and add metadata on this platform. And there is also a training coming up on how could we, the employees, train the patrons on how to use the platform so that they could work on it on their own. Last but not least, last July, the Parliament, in cooperation with Google, provided to its employees a day-long seminars, workshops actually, on effective prompting, much like what we did previously, actually using just Gemini, of course, but I bet it's going to continue. So that was what I had to offer today, just some small examples on how we trained our staff, and thank you very much for your attention. And I hope this is well written below, because I just Google translated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lila, and our two other speakers. There was yet another coffee break foreseen, but we won't have that because I'm sure there are also questions and observations. So who wants to start? Please raise your hand, and then somebody will come to you with the mic. Ali has a question, I see.
Okay. It's connecting. There it goes. Okay, great. Really very interesting, and thank you very much for sharing. There were so many ideas that Carol and I were going, what about this? What about that? But Martin, I was wondering whether the training for your people was obligatory, and if what was the motivation? Was like, for example, did they have to complete certain training at certain times to be able to go on to the next level, or did they get certificates? Sort of what was the motivation?
Yes, we haven't made any of the training compulsory. Again, I think as somebody else said, we strongly encourage people to do training. We work as a management team within library services to prioritize professional development for people, and through our regular check-ins, management meetings with people one-to-one, the development conversations are worked in as part of that, and we're trying to create an environment in which development is seen as a normal part of what they do, but we're not compelling.
Is it part of performance evaluation?
It's at the moment, no. I think we're changing our performance. We're changing our performance evaluation processes, bringing in a bit more rigor to that. And again, as part of that development, is going to be a significant part of that. That's a house-wide initiative. But I think to some extent the library and library services is already ahead of the curve in that sense, because we've given such a strong focus to professional development. The other aspect to it, which I didn't really touch on in the presentation, was about connecting the staff with the wider library environment, and raising their their viewpoint and seeing themselves as part of a wider profession and not just focused within the Parliament.
And Sarah, I wanted to thank you for bringing up the issue of finance and AI. I think that's really a topic that needs serious consideration and maybe one that we can touch on next year.
Okay, anybody else wanting to comment on this or any other topic that we touched upon in these presentations? It's already a bit late in the day, so probably there is some fatigue manifesting itself. Sarah has a question. Brilliant.
No, Martin, just maybe a bit in follow-up also to the previous question. What about when you are recruiting staff now? How do you have a skill grid, or how is that exercise, as you've described it now, feeding into recruitment and, I don't know, retention? Do you have any issues with people moving jobs, or is it difficult to hold on to them?
That's a really good question. We certainly have considered those, the results from the surveys and the competencies in our job descriptions when we're going out to recruiting. And we also take an approach around looking for library and information qualifications for posts at a certain level. In terms of retention, that's not a problem generally. If anything, it's the opposite. We have people who have very little experience externally, and so when roles come up, I'm very keen to recruit, to have open recruitment and to bring people in from outside, again to bring best practice into the service.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Any final questions, observations? Last call. If that's not the case, then I think we can conclude here and move indeed to the conclusions of our conference. So,
thank you, Alec. I'll be brief since I can imagine that we are all quite tired after 2 very busy but very, very interesting and inspiring days. First of all, before we get to the official conclusion, I just want to inform you that if you're looking for a dinner tonight, we have had a lot of leftovers from last night's dinner, and they are all available here. So if you want to pick up in boxes, yes, not just like on the counter and they've been standing there for the last 12 hours. So yes, in boxes that have been refrigerated and everything, but it would be a shame if it went to waste. So if you want to grab something or a snack or anything, please do, and it will help us a lot and help the environment in general. So moving on to the official conclusion, as we conclude this 39th IFLAPARL satellite meeting, I want to thank all of you for your participation here this weekend. It has been absolutely lovely to exchange and to hear from you and to learn from you. And I want to thank also all of our presenters who have delivered such amazing presentations. You have given us your time and your effort and your work, and that is very precious. And I thank you for being so generous with the professional community. It is something that we appreciate a lot, and this event would not happen and exist without you. So we've had 2 days of amazing presentations, including our keynote addresses yesterday with Albina Torbaya's exploration of the complexity in preparing research for Central Asian policymakers, and Ricardo Pelizzo's analysis of parliamentary decision-making context. We've had a great presentation on the reality of Nazarbayev University, on the AI tools that you've been using here, and these were complemented by regional perspectives from Korea, Portugal, Kyrgyzstan, Canada. So we've had the chance to see diverse innovations in parliamentary knowledge services. We've had a great second day too, I think, with the AI workshop this morning. We are very grateful to you for having contributed to the 25-27 action plan. And thank you to our last three presenters for this very interesting building skills panel. I think this was a very nice way to wrap everything that we saw this weekend. So I think that together, all of these sessions, they really underscored our meeting's central theme, which was fostering collaboration and innovation in parliamentary libraries and research services, building skills for a connected future. So I hope you leave today with strengthened networks, practical insights, renewed momentum to leverage artificial intelligence, strategic partnerships, professional skill development to enhance research and information support for parliaments globally. And above all, this meeting would not have been possible without the exceptional hospitality, organization, and commitment of our host, the Nazarbayev University Library. So we want to extend our greatest and our deepest gratitude to Tolkien Jangulova and her dedicated team, who have been absolutely amazing. Yes. So your professionalism, your warmth, your attention to detail created an environment where meaningful exchanges and connections could happen. So thank you for your efforts, for your work. I think it's safe to say that every participant felt welcome, supported, and very inspired throughout the 2 days. It's been great to see also all your love for your institution. It's been very inspiring and beautiful to witness. So thank you very much. Now, as we return to our parliamentary libraries and research services, I hope that we can carry forward what we learned in the last 2 days. I hope you will get a chance to implement new ideas, to initiate new collaborations, and of course, build some skills. We encourage you to stay connected with IFLAPARL. So we talked about our social media. We have our LinkedIn group. There's always our website, our mailing list, our WhatsApp group. So the important thing is just to stay connected and keep the exchange and keep the discussion going, basically. So there will be a lot of things to be shared also throughout the next year and throughout our 25-27 action plan. Let's keep this dialogue going, supporting one another and building a more connected and innovative future for parliamentary libraries and research services worldwide. So thank you again for being part of this event. And we look forward to seeing you at the next satellite meeting in Busan in 2026. So thank you.